Chapter 2079. The Strange Broken Sword. Haha, the opening time of the ancient sword tomb is not fixed. We just entered the waning waxing K, and the ancient sword tomb opened. Looks like our luck is not bad. Yao Xiong's eyes blazed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yao Xiong finished speaking, the Emperor Spirit took the lead and flew into the ancient sword tomb like a rainbow. He said coldly, "The opening of the ancient sword tomb depends on your luck. Contact each other after the tomb closes." The moment the Emperor Spirit flew out, Lady Cursing Ghost and Luo Saw also rushed out without hesitation. Obviously, they knew the ancient sword tomb well. Only Zhuowen was confused. He looked at Yao Xiong, who was not far away. Yao Xiong looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Brother Zhua, the opening of the ancient sword tomb means that the ancient swords are looking for their fated ones. It's also the time for cultivators to find their own opportunities. It's hard to say. Brother Zhua, you'll know once you enter the ancient sword tomb. Of course, I'll contact you after the ancient sword tomb closes, Brother Zhua." After saying that, Yao Xiong went into the ancient sword tomb. Zhuowen frowned and looked at the ancient sword tomb again. Sword lights flashed like stars in the sky above the ancient sword tomb. Zhuowen saw that the 9,999 ancient swords that were stuck in the ground had flown up into the sky and were revolving around the huge stone coffin, forming a huge sword light storm. Around the storm of sword light, many cultivators' eyes were burning with desire. They rushed into the storm of sword light to snatch the ancient swords they had their eyes on. Unfortunately, most of the ancient swords let out ear-piercing sword cries the moment the cultivator grabbed the sword hilt and violently flung the cultivator away. The same thing happened everywhere in the ancient sword tomb. Some cultivators who were not strong enough could not resist the terrifying tearing force of the sword light storm and were torn to pieces. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the storm of sword light. Then, he looked around and suddenly flew into the distance. As soon as this person left, some of the clever cultivators in the surroundings followed and attacked together, strangling this person to death. As soon as the person died, a sword light flew out. It was an ancient sword. It seemed that this person was fated with one of the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb, so the sword chose this cultivator. Unfortunately, this cultivator's strength was too weak. He was simply not a match for the surrounding cultivators. As a result, he was besieged and killed by so many cultivators. As for the ancient sword, after the cultivator died, it turned back into a sword light and merged into the sword light storm. Zhuowen slowly landed in the ancient sword tomb and looked up at the swords that had turned into a sword light storm. From time to time, there would be cultivators flying in the ancient sword tomb, trying to snatch the ancient swords. Zhuowen's divine sense. He noticed that the Emperor Spirit was in the middle of the sword light storm. Its sword spirit was a sword tomb. A sword spirit was 2 feet long and one long sword was 1. It was sword was inlaid in the middle was sword, a sword, in the middle it was in the golden sword. Sword was it. With Zhuowen's knowledge, he could tell that this ancient sword was much stronger than the other ancient swords in the sword light storm. The king's spirit grabbed the sword with his right hand, and a massive amount of god power formed a chain around the sword. The ancient sword let out an angry sword hum as it continuously twisted its body. The sword light poured out like water, but it was useless. The king's spirit was a 7th level elite. Although it was far weaker than the ancient sword Saint King, it was still strong enough to take the sword that had been forged by the ancient sword Saint King. After struggling to no avail, the giant sword finally stopped screaming and surrendered to the king's spirit's power. The king's spirit grinned and put away the sword. Just as he was about to try and claim the second sword, a powerful attack came from the coffin in the middle of the tomb. It was headed straight for the king's spirit. The king's spirit's face changed. He clenched his right fist and punched the incoming attack. Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosions sounded, and the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm's range. Ancient sword tomb, the fated one can only claim one ancient sword. Do not be greedy. The voice from the coffin was deafening and thought-provoking. The king's spirit frowned. In the end, he did not enter the sword light storm again. He knew very well that although the ancient sword Saint King was dead, the divine sense he left behind was very powerful. He was no match for it. As for the surrounding cultivators, after the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm, they scattered like frightened birds. They did not dare to get close to the king's spirit. Although many cultivators wanted to attack the fated one who claimed the ancient sword, it depended on the person. The king's spirit's aura was as vast as the ocean. It was obvious that he was a high-level void sky elite. How could they dare to snatch such a powerful elite? Unless they were tired of living. The king's spirit also noticed Zhuowen not far away, but after a glance, he ignored him. He took out the ancient sword and planned to refine it openly. The king's spirit's actions were arrogant. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted others to come and snatch it? Zhuowen ignored the king's spirit and jumped into the storm of sword lights. Zhuowen was good at using swords. If he could find a better ancient sword in the sword light storm, he might be able to replace the glorious purple galaxy sword. After all, as Zhuowen's cultivation increased, the glorious purple galaxy sword was not as useful to him. After all, it was a divine sword that Zhuowen had refined when he was at the peak of the sky celestial stage. It was not a void sky divine weapon. This ancient sword Saint King was an old monster of the void sky 8-step. Moreover, the aura released from the sarcophagus just now was even more magnificent than Yu Wuxi's. It seemed like this ancient sword Saint King was much stronger than Yu Wuxi when he was alive. Zhuowen did not know how terrifying the ancient sword Sage King was. The ancient sword Sage King was only half a step away from the 9 steps void sky. His strength was so strong that even Lord Brahma could not help but praise him. Although Yu Wuxi was also at the 8 steps void heaven realm, he was still a distance away from the peak. Moreover, this old man had suffered serious injuries in the past. Although he had taken the heavenly domain's star essence, it had dragged on for too long. He had already developed some hidden injuries, and his strength had declined a lot compared to the past. An ancient sword forged by such an existence must be a top-quality void sky divine weapon. If Zhuowen could obtain one, it would be greatly beneficial to his strength. Moreover, the fated one did not have to be fated. If one was strong enough to subdue an ancient sword, they could be considered fated. Just now, the king's spirit had used the same method to forcibly subdue an ancient sword. I can only choose one ancient sword. I have to consider it carefully. Shuttling through the storm of sword light, Zhuowen resisted the tearing force around him while using his powerful consciousness to observe the uniqueness of the swords in the storm. Zhuowen's divine sense was so powerful that it was like countless tentacles. In an instant it spread through the entire sword light storm. Zhuowen could clearly observe the uniqueness of each ancient sword and even compare them. As Zhuowen's cultivation continued to improve, his divine sense also increased. Strictly speaking, Zhuowen's divine sense was stronger than the 7 steps void sky divine weapon. In this sword light storm, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. Not only could he rely on his divine sense to travel quickly, but he could also quickly compare the various ancient swords. Huh? This ancient sword? Zhuowen's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his divine sense, he found a rusty broken sword floating near the center of the sword light storm. This broken sword looked very ordinary, and it was extremely damaged. It looked very broken. If one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't pay too much attention to this mediocre-looking ancient sword among so many ancient swords. But Zhuowen's eyes were particularly dignified. This was because when this broken sword floated in the air, the other ancient swords around it all retreated. It was as if they were in awe of this ugly broken sword. Zhuowen's divine sense was very strong, and this scene was unintentionally seen by him. If he hadn't seen this scene, Zhuowen wouldn't have paid attention to this broken sword. Zhuowen also found that this broken sword was very low-key. It was basically floating in a relatively secluded place. It was only because the broken sword had casually moved a certain distance that Zhuowen had discovered the strange scene just now. This sword is not ordinary. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the broken sword. Perhaps it had sensed Zhuowen's gaze, but the broken sword actually turned in his direction. Soon after, it turned back and quickly rushed forward. It was like a cat that had stolen something. When it turned back and saw its owner chasing after it, it immediately ran away. This guy is so human. It's definitely not simple. Zhuowen was more and more certain that this broken sword was not ordinary. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to catch up with the broken sword. But what surprised Zhuowen was that every time he was about to catch up with the broken sword, the sword light storm around him would suddenly rush over. A terrifying tearing force would reduce his speed. After the broken sword had rushed forward for a distance, the tearing force disappeared again, and Zhuowen chased after it again. Zhuowen felt that this broken sword seemed to be playing with him. If this was really the case, wouldn't this broken sword be able to control the strength of the sword light storm? Then what was the origin of this broken sword? Xiaohei, I'll leave that broken sword to you. Can you subdue it? Zhuowen immediately summoned the Thunderfire sword and pointed forward to the broken sword that was slowly luring Zhuowen to chase after it. He knew that Xiaohei liked to be a sword slave. Back then, the Blood Immortal and the Extreme Flaming Sword were both turned into sword slaves by this guy. Now that this broken sword was not ordinary, perhaps this guy would be interested. This broken sword's artifact spirit's intelligence is not low. It actually knows how to play with people. It really has the demeanor of this Dragon Lord back in the day. Chapter 2080. Reign of Thousand Swords. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make this little broken sword my sword slave. Xiaohei patted his chest and said confidently. Then he rushed out and summoned the Blood Immortal sword to chase after the broken sword. Perhaps it was because the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword were both swords, but the surrounding sword light storm did not seem to be able to stop the two at all. On the contrary, Zhuowen's body was continuously hindered, and he could not increase his speed at all. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was always paying attention to the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword. Dragon Master, it's just a broken sword. You don't need to go out. Let Blood Disciple capture it for you. The Blood Immortal sword said to Xiaohei and then chased after the broken sword. The broken sword didn't speed up. Instead, it turned around like a human and looked at the Blood Immortal sword up and down. It seemed to be thinking that there weren't such two strange swords in the ancient sword tomb. Haha, surrender for me. The Blood Immortal sneered and urged the sword to rush at the broken sword and cut it down without hesitation. The Blood Immortal was very satisfied with his sword. In his opinion, this sword was enough to smash the seemingly ordinary and even broken sword into pieces. But soon, the Blood Immortal's face became very stiff. Then, he flew back and screamed. The whole sword seemed very dim. Buzz! The broken sword screamed as if it was angry. Suddenly, the sword light storm around it became more terrifying. Then, the broken sword suddenly rushed out and slashed at the Blood Immortal as fast as light. So fast. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The broken sword looked ordinary, but when it attacked, it was so terrifying. The Blood Immortal screamed and cried. She also felt the threat of death and kept retreating. Bang! The Thunderfire sword blocked the broken sword in front of the Blood Immortal. The Thunderfire sword and the broken sword flew back dozens of meters at the same time, facing each other from a distance. Little Blood Disciple, you're by my side to assist me. This broken sword is not simple. Damn it, it's actually so terrifying, Xiaohei said with a serious look. The Blood Immortal nodded weakly. After suffering a bit just now, this guy was much more obedient. He no longer dared to charge in front of the thunder fire sword. Of course, the blood immortal was cursing in her heart. She had been cursing Broken Sword for being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Whoosh! Xiao Hei let out a shrill cry. Like a sticky candy, she swept towards the Broken Sword. However, Xiao Hei was very smart. She did not confront the Broken Sword head-on. Instead, she used guerrilla warfare. Ever since Xiao Hei used up all the thunder and fire energy given by Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch in the Thunder Fire Sword, this guy became a little timid. Once there was any sign of danger, it would not dare to go up and risk its life. Instead, it would let Zhuowen go first, and then it would follow. Now, Xiao Hei was still adhering to this principle. She would delay this strange Broken Sword first. When Zhuowen caught up, she would leave it to Zhuowen. Buzz. 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 Xiao Hei's shameless way of fighting made the Broken Sword extremely angry. The Broken Sword let out a shrill cry and burst out a terrifying sword chi. Instantly, it blocked the Thunder Fire Sword's surroundings. Then, it turned into a sword light and swept towards the Thunder Fire Sword. Damn, this cunning guy, Xiao Hei cursed. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only face the sword light of the Broken Sword head-on. Bang! Terrifying sparks burst out. Then, Xiao Hei let out a shrill cry and flew backwards. The brilliance on the surface of her body became much dimmer. The Broken Sword's body shook. Then, it stabilized itself and continued to rush towards the Thunder Fire Sword. Master, the Blood Immortal shouted. However, she shrank to the side. She did not have any intention of protecting her master. At this moment, Zhuowen still swept forward. He slashed with the glorious purple Galaxy Divine Sword and performed the 7th move of the Destruction Sword Art, Sword Swimming Great Void. The mysterious sword art turned into a purple light and blasted out. To Zhuowen's surprise, the Broken Sword's casual slash had completely broken his sword art. Zhuowen's eyes were resolute. He instantly shattered 300 divine soul galaxies. His enormous divine sense condensed into a single point and attached itself to the soul-absorbing God Needle. Then, it turned into a beam of golden light and shot out, slamming heavily on the Broken Sword. Bang! The Broken Sword's movement stiffened. It was as if time had stopped. Seeing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the heavenly starry sky marrow and swallowed a drop. His spiritual soul recovered instantly. Then, he shattered 300 divine soul galaxies again. His terrifying soul consciousness was applied to the soul-absorbing God Needle again. Bang! 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 Zhuowen shattered the divine soul galaxies again, and swallowed the heavenly starry sky marrow again and again. He repeated this 10 times. The soul-absorbing God Needle could not withstand the terrifying soul consciousness power and shattered into pieces for the 10th time. The Broken Sword retreated again and again. Its body was even more damaged, and its aura became dispirited. Zhuowen's eyes lit up with joy. He waved his right hand and a powerful divine force turned into a giant hand, grabbing the Broken Sword in the palm of his hand. Then, Zhuowen used the devouring of all things to form a series of restrictions, completely grasping the struggling Broken Sword in his hand. After putting away the Broken Sword, Zhuowen rushed out of the sword light storm. You're only at the 3rd step of the virtual sky realm. You're not qualified to own the ancient sword. Give it to me. Zhuowen had just flown out of the sword light storm when a sinister voice sounded out. Not far away, a middle-aged man was like a cheetah, swiftly and violently flashing over and attacking Zhuowen without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, several figures rushed out from other directions and rushed toward Zhuowen. They also attacked Zhuowen to kill him. They had no intention of leaving him alive. Because the Broken Sword in Zhuowen's hand was too shabby, there were not many cultivators who attacked him this time. Even if they attacked, they were virtual sky realm cultivators with ordinary cultivation. Those proud and powerful virtual sky realm cultivators would not attack for such a shabby-looking Broken Sword. There were more than a dozen cultivators who attacked, and almost all of them attacked with killing intent. They had no intention of leaving Zhuowen alive. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer as he summoned 24 golden no-beginning devil swords. It was not worth Zhuowen to use all of his golden no-beginning devil swords to deal with more than a dozen virtual sky realm cultivators with low cultivation. Pucci! Pucci! The 24 golden no-beginning devil swords drew mysterious trajectories in the void and constantly intertwined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. None of the cultivators who rushed over were spared by this vortex of killing intent. They were all strangled into a bloody mist and couldn't be more dead. The area around Zhuowen was covered in a rain of blood. Zhuowen's divine power formed a barrier around him, blocking the falling rain of blood. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. Zhuowen's attack immediately shocked many of the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators who originally planned to attack all stopped, not daring to act rashly. After all, the broken sword in Zhuowen's hand was really ordinary. There was no need to offend such an expert for such a broken sword. Di Ling raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuowen again. He muttered to himself, "It seems like Yao Xiong is right. This child is not simple. His strength is not weak and his divine soul is so strong. This time, my chances of winning the Luotian Palace are much higher." Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a rock with the broken sword across his knees. His divine sense silently extended into the broken sword. He felt that this broken sword was not ordinary. After all, when he was chasing after this broken sword, it had controlled the sword light storm to stop him. It was as if this broken sword was the king of countless ancient swords and none of the other ancient swords dared to disobey it. Zhuowen scanned the broken sword inside and out. Suddenly, he stopped at the broken part of the broken sword. There was an extremely inconspicuous small hole at the broken part. This small hole was extremely dark and seemed to be unfathomably deep. It was difficult to detect the bottom. Zhuowen's divine sense explored this small hole for a few dozen breaths. Suddenly, his expression became serious. This was because at the end of the small hole, he felt a spatial barrier. Zhuowen was all too familiar with this spatial barrier. This was because the entrance to Devour's inner world had a similar spatial barrier. Zhuowen knew what it meant to have such a spatial barrier at the end of the small hole. It meant that on the other side of the spatial barrier there was a small world. Zhuowen did not expect this broken sword to have a small world inside. Could it be that the ancient sword Saint King had left something behind in this small world? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's divine sense moved slightly. Suddenly, it passed through the spatial barrier and entered the other side of the barrier. This space was pitch black and empty. The only thing in this pitch-black space was probably a huge, irregular rock that was at least 30 meters in size standing in the center of this pitch-black space. In the middle of the stone, there was a sentence written in seal script. Zhuowen looked at it and found that what was written on the stone was a powerful sword manipulation technique. Moreover, this sword manipulation technique was not about controlling one divine sword, but thousands of divine swords. This sword manipulation technique was called Rain of Thousand Swords. It was said that once one learned this Rain of Thousand Swords, they would be able to control 9,999 ancient swords forged by the ancient sword Saint King. The reason why the ancient sword Saint King had worked tirelessly to forge so many ancient swords was actually because of this Rain of Thousand Swords. This stone also recorded that the Rain of Thousand Swords was not created by the ancient sword Saint King. He had obtained it by accident. It was precisely because of this Thousand Sword Rain's sword-controlling technique that the ancient sword Sacred King was able to rise so quickly and eventually become the strongest person in the Far West Land. Even in the entire Great Brahma domain, he was still an incredible expert. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was beating fast. Although he had not finished reading, he could already feel the terror of this sword manipulation technique. Just think about it. If one could control 9,999 divine swords, and each of them was of the highest quality, one could imagine how terrifying the power of so many divine swords would be. I must learn this sword manipulation technique. Chapter 2081. Eerie Footsteps. The imperial sword technique reign of 1,000 swords was quite complicated, and required a period of time to practice. However, Zhuo had the fire spirit juice, a divine medicine that could temporarily increase his perception, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He believed that it would not take too much time to fully comprehend this reign of 1,000 swords. Thinking of this, Zhuo quietly stored the broken sword in his inner world and handed it to the black-clothed Zhuo. The black-clothed Zhuo's divine sense was connected to Zhuo's. As long as the black-clothed Zhuo fully comprehended the reign of 1,000 swords, Zhuo's original body would naturally learn it as well. However, the black-clothed Zhuo's original body was Devour. Naturally, the original body would not know some of Devour's special abilities. However, the two of them could use some special abilities together. For example, the golden sword of no beginning could be used by both the original body and the doppelganger. After handing the broken sword to the black-clothed Zhuo's gaze fell on the ancient sword tomb in front of him. The terrifying sword light storm was shrinking. Then, the countless divine swords hidden in the storm fell like rain and stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. A vast repulsion force spread out from the stone coffin in the center of the ancient sword tomb. Then, the cultivators in the sword light storm flew out and landed outside the ancient sword tomb. Zhuo followed the crowd and left the ancient sword tomb. He knew that the ancient sword tomb was officially closed. He looked around at the over 9,000 ancient swords stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that as long as he mastered the reign of 1,000 swords, he would be able to control the 9,000 divine swords left behind by the ancient sword sage king. His strength would definitely improve. Gather at the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. Suddenly, Yao Xiong's voice rang in his mind. Zhuo thought for a moment and rushed toward the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhuo found that the other four had all gathered. Among the four of them, the Ghost Curse Lady and Luo Suo were expressionless. It seemed that they did not gain much in the ancient sword tomb. The King Spirit, however, looked at Zhuo with a mocking smile. Zhuo didn't like the way the spirit looked at him. It was as if Zhuo had become the King Spirit's plaything. Now that the ancient sword tomb is closed, there's nothing else of value here other than the ancient sword tomb. Let's continue our journey, Yao Xiong said, then led the crowd away from this place. Within the waning waxing moons, there were many stars and continents. Almost every star and continent had many adventurers and cultivators searching for treasures, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. Yao Xiong and the others completely ignored the cultivators on the star continent. Instead, they followed the route provided by the map fragment and headed straight towards the depths of the waning waxing moons. Along the way, the five of them also encountered many troublesome giant starry sky beasts. Not only were the laws imperfect, but there were also more astral beasts inside than outside. It was as if all the astral beasts that were scarce in the outside world were all gathered here. From time to time, they would encounter obstacles from astral beasts. We're almost there. Let's quickly get rid of these giant starry sky beasts. The Luo God Palace ruins are just ahead, Yao Xiong suddenly said. The other four, who had been casually dealing with the giant starry sky beasts, suddenly became alert. They used their powerful divine powers and techniques to kill all the giant starry sky beasts that surrounded them. After eliminating the giant starry sky beasts, the five of them landed on a star continent shrouded in white mist. Is it restricting divine senses? Lady Ghost Curse frowned and whispered. Zhuo and Luo Suo both frowned. Zhuo's divine senses were extremely powerful. Although he could still extend his divine senses far away, He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious force in the white mist that was suppressing his divine senses. However, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked normal. It was probably not the first time they had entered this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Let's move on. The Luo God Palace ruins are not far from us. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and walked forward side by side with the King Spirit. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, followed closely behind with a calm gaze. Luo Sua and Lady Ghost Curse, on the other hand, looked bewildered. Both of them were beginning to think of retreating. Wealth comes from danger. Follow them. Luo Sua gritted his teeth and chased after them. Although the Ghost Curse lady was uneasy, she wasn't afraid at this time. A long, winding path appeared in front of the white mist. Zhuowen followed and found that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were walking very slowly. As Yao Xiong walked, the 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly and his mouth muttered something. It was as if he was deducing something. Zhuowen carefully observed this small path, and only then did he discover that this small path was set up with extremely powerful and terrifying restrictions, and Yao Xiong was deducing the method to break this restriction. Brother Zhuo, Lady Ghost Curse, you two are not weak in Array Dao. Come with me. The restriction spell on the way to the Luo God Palace ruins is very powerful. It can't be completely broken. It can only be temporarily offset. To be honest, back then, Brother D and I made a trip here. Back then, it took us half a year to finally open up a temporary path and reach the Luotian Palace ruins. It hasn't been that long. The temporary path that I spent half a year to open back then has disappeared without a trace. Now we can only open a new path. Yao Xiong smiled bitterly. Brother Yao, you are too polite. Now that we are in the same boat, we have to work together, the Ghost Curse lady said quickly. Zhuowen just nodded and didn't say anything. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and then taught the two of them how to deduce the restriction spell on the path. Although the restriction spell on the path was terrifying, there was a pattern to it. The Ghost Curse lady and Zhuowen's Array Dao was not low, so they quickly figured out the pattern. Next, the 3 of them continued to deduce and work together to open a new path to the Luo God Palace ruins in the center of the continent. Although the 3 of them were together this time, it took them 2 months to finally reach the center of the continent. During these 2 months, while Zhuowen was deducing the restriction spell, he was also constantly observing Yao Xiong and the Ghost Curse lady's Array Dao technique. He constantly compared them, and Zhuowen's Array Dao skills improved imperceptibly. Zhuowen, who was originally a level 5 Divine Array Master, had improved his understanding of Array Dao to a whole new level after 2 months. He had actually reached level 6 in one leap. After passing through the canyon in front, we will reach the Luo God Palace ruins, but Yao Xiong stopped. His eyes were filled with fear as he pointed at the canyon in front of them with his right hand. The canyon was very narrow. It was only about 20 feet wide. Occasionally, some stones would roll down the canyon, making ear-piercing sounds. Other than that, it was completely silent. At the front of the canyon, the fog was thicker. Due to the thick fog, the other 4 could not see much. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was different. His divine sense was far more penetrative than ordinary cultivators. He extended his divine sense into the canyon and scanned it. Suddenly, he stopped at the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, he could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. The figure was as thin as firewood. When Zhuowen wanted to see the figure clearly, the fog around him suddenly rolled and began to devour his divine sense. Zhuowen was shocked. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and revealed a look of lingering fear. Everyone, be careful in this canyon. When you enter, don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The King Spirit gave a rare reminder and glanced at Zhuowen. Let's go. The real danger lies behind the canyon. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Yao Xiong reminded him in an indifferent tone as he cautiously entered the canyon. Zhuowen followed behind with a slight frown on his face. What exactly was that figure that his divine sense detected just now? At that time, when he wanted to see the true face of this figure, the surrounding fog became unscrupulous and forcibly squeezed out his divine sense. The canyon was not long. Soon, the five of them reached the second half of the canyon. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the end of the canyon. To his surprise, there was no figure at the end of the canyon. There was nothing at all. Did I see an illusion? Zhuowen muttered to himself and began to doubt himself. That's not right. My spiritual sense can't be wrong. Moreover, the sudden raging of the mist doesn't seem to be an illusion. Otherwise, my spiritual sense wouldn't have suffered such damage. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Don't move! Suddenly, Yao Xiong, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly. Zhuowen also stopped, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Not only Zhuowen, but also the ghost curse lady and Luo Su. Just as Luo Suo was about to speak, Yao Xiong said again, "Everyone, don't move. Don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He found that Yao Xiong's body was trembling. Even the King Spirit's eyes were strange, and there was a trace of fear in them. Even the King Spirit showed such an expression. Zhuowen was even more confused. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Zhuowen felt a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout his body, causing him to stiffen to the point that he couldn't move. It felt as if he was frozen in ice and couldn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, silent footsteps slowly came from behind. The sound of footsteps was very slow and light, but it was as sharp and piercing as the edge of a blade. Zhuowen's pupils constricted. He could not help but feel nervous. Especially as the footsteps got closer and closer, the nervousness in Zhuowen's heart grew. Furthermore, as the footsteps got closer and closer, Zhuowen had the urge to turn around and take a look. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082. The martyr. Due to his position, Zhuowen could see part of the scene behind him from the corner of his eye. An extremely skinny figure slowly appeared in his line of sight. It's him. When the thin figure appeared in front of Zhuowen, Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but recall the thin figure that his divine sense had detected in the canyon. He dared to conclude that the strange figure that appeared in his line of sight was the emaciated figure that his divine sense had detected earlier. It was a thin old man in a black Taoist robe. He had no hair, and the strange thing was that his lower body was transparent. Zhuowen could clearly see the dense blood vessels and meridians in his lower body. The man slowly walked over. There was no life in his eyes, as if he was a living dead. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The man finally stopped a few steps behind the five people. Luo Suo was at the back of the five people. He could clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness. It was getting stronger and stronger. He could not help but tremble. When the thin old man came to a position next to Luo Suo's eyes fell on the thin old man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the skinny old man's footsteps came to a halt. Then, he slowly turned around. His empty eyes stared straight at Luo Suo. Luo Suo frowned slightly. When their eyes met, his heart could not help but tremble. Then, his eyes were filled with confusion. The illusory heavenly bridge in Luo Suo's body began to slowly appear in the air. Zhuowen was shocked. He could clearly see that Luo Suo's illusory heavenly bridge was slowly approaching the thin old man. Finally, it completely merged into the old man's body. After the illusory heavenly bridge entered the old man's body, Zhuowen found that Luo Suo's eyes were as empty as the old man's. He looked as if he had lost his soul. The old man turned around and continued to walk forward. Luo Suo also raised his feet and followed the old man silently. Both Zhuowen and the ghost curse lady were shocked by this strange scene, especially the ghost curse lady. She quickly closed her eyes, her body trembling and her face turning pale. The old man walked silently. Luo Suo, who was following behind him, gradually lost his hair. The lower half of his body gradually became transparent. Dense blood vessels protruded from the lower half of his body, making him look exceptionally strange. The old man didn't stop and continued to move forward. However, when he passed by Zhuowen, Zhuowen felt that the chill in his body was much heavier than before. Moreover, he keenly sensed that a soulless gaze fell on him. Zhuowen knew that the owner of this gaze was definitely this strange skinny old man. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He forced himself to calm down and closed his eyes, not intending to meet the old man's gaze. It wasn't until the skinny old man's footsteps gradually faded away that Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that his back was completely soaked in sweat. It was very uncomfortable to be stuck to his back. After the old man left, the bone-chilling cold in the surroundings finally disappeared completely. Yao Xiong trembled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The king spirit and the ghost curse lady also let out a sigh of relief. Yao Xiong, who was that thing? The ghost curse lady asked with lingering fear. That was a martyr. It is said that when Luo Shen died in battle and moved the Luo Shen palace to the waning crescent, there weren't many disciples left in the Luo Shen palace. However, the few remaining disciples had a deep obsession. They had to revive the Luo Shen palace. Just like that, they were trapped here day after day, year after year, and finally died with this obsession. However, after they died, they didn't turn into a pile of yellow dust. Instead, they became martyrs who were neither human nor ghost. Yao Xiong spoke tirelessly and briefly about the origins of the martyrs. Can cultivators also become martyrs? Zhuowen asked with a sharp gaze. Yao Xiong smiled and said, Didn't you see what happened to Luo Suo? What's the point of asking this? Zhuowen was silent. Just as Yao Xiong had said, once a cultivator's spiritual sense or eyes met with a martyr, they would be assimilated by the martyr and become the next martyr that was neither human nor ghost. Are there many martyrs here? The ghost curse lady suddenly asked. Yao Xiong said solemnly, I'm not too sure. This is the second time Brother D and I have entered this place. Last time, we also encountered martyrs and almost half of them were taken away. This time, we only brought 5 people, and one of them was taken away. Speaking of this, Yao Xiong sighed softly. No one knew whether he was sighing for Luo Suo or for his companion who was taken away last time. Brother Yao, if there are such terrifying martyrs here, why didn't you tell me before we came in? If I knew there were such things here, I wouldn't have agreed to come in. The ghost curse lady's expression changed slightly, and she was quite angry. Compared to the treasures in the Luo Shen palace ruins, the ghost curse lady valued the latter more. The king spirit sneered and said, Trash will always be trash. You're retreating after such a small setback. Yao Xiong stopped the king spirit from mocking her. He looked at her and said, If you really want to back down, I won't stop you. But let me tell you this, if you don't have the map, you won't be able to leave this place. The ghost curse lady's expression changed slightly. If she couldn't leave this place, it would be no different from death. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was sneering inwardly. It seemed that Yao Xiong had already predicted that his team member would back out. Now that he had said those words, the ghost-cursing lady, who wanted to back out, would not dare to leave by herself. Do you still want to leave alone? Yao Xiong asked again. The ghost curse lady's face turned pale. She shook her head and said nothing. Let's go. We'll arrive at the Luo Shen Palace ruins after we leave the canyon. I'll need the 3 of you to enter the Luo Shen Palace ruins together. Don't worry, the 3 of you. I've never thought of harming you. We're all in the same boat. If we don't work together, we may all die in the Luo Shen Palace ruins. Yao Xiong looked at the 3 of them and said calmly. Walking out of the canyon, the 4 of them were greeted by a long stretch of mountain range. Yao Xiong led them around the mountain range and finally entered the deepest part of the mountain range. Here, there was a huge black rock that was thousands of feet tall. The pitch-black rock was completely different from other rock. Its surface was actually suffused with a strange metallic luster. Moreover, the metallic luster was sparkling like the surface of a lake under the setting sun. Countless ripples appeared on its surface, reflecting the rays of the setting sun. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the black rock wasn't a real rock. It was just the appearance of a very powerful seal. As long as the seal was broken, the huge black rock would collapse on its own. Ghost Curse Lady, you're the most skilled in array formation here. Can you see what this seal is? Brother D and I were trapped outside the seal and couldn't enter. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled at the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuowen and Di Ling also looked at the Ghost Curse Lady. Although the Ghost Curse Lady had suffered a loss at Zhuowen's hands, it was because she had underestimated Zhuowen. In addition, Zhuowen's divine sense was stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. The Ghost Curse Lady was caught off guard and had no time to react. In terms of array formation skills, even Zhuowen, who had become a level 6 divine array master, was inferior to the Ghost Curse Lady. However, Zhuowen looked at Yao Xiong and frowned slightly. He felt that some of Yao Xiong's words were not trustworthy. Although Zhuowen couldn't see through Yao Xiong's array formation skills, his divine sense was much stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. When he was deducing the path, he felt that Yao Xiong's array formation skills were not low. He might even be stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuowen didn't know why Yao Xiong wanted to hide his array formation skills, but he knew that Yao Xiong was up to no good. The Ghost Curse Lady didn't suspect anything. She looked at the black rock in front of her seriously and said, "What kind of seal is this? We have to explore it first to know." As she said that, the Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back and formed a seal with her hands. Suddenly, a series of hand seals appeared between her fingers. These hand seals overlapped with each other and turned into an extremely complicated seal. The Ghost Curse Lady shouted in a low voice and slammed the seal into the black rock in front of her. The moment the seal landed on the black rock, the surface of the rock seemed to melt. Strange ripples appeared on the surface of the rock, as if a stone had fallen into the water. However, the moment the ripples appeared, Zhuowen clearly sensed with his divine sense that there were tiny runes in the ripples. These talisman seals were profound and obscure, and they were like talisman scrawls. Moreover, they emanated a distant and ancient aura. The Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back again. She took a deep breath and tapped her chest 7 times in a row. 7 wisps of black gas came out of her 7 apertures. The Ghost Curse Lady was surrounded by the black gas, which contained a strong vitality. Then, she suddenly stepped forward and entered the pitch-black rock. The moment the Ghost Curse Lady's figure disappeared into the rock, the huge black rock began to tremble violently. Then, the ripples on the surface of the rock became faster and faster, and gradually became transparent. Finally, a pitch-black cave passage appeared in the transparent part. There was no light in the passage, and it was extremely deep. The Ghost Curse Lady's face was pale. She quickly retreated from the cave and gasped, "It's the 7-step rockfall formation. This is an 8th-level formation. Isn't the Luo God Palace ruins a little too extravagant to use an 8th-level formation at the entrance? Is there a way to break the formation?" Yao Xiong asked deliberately. The Ghost Curse Lady took an elixir, and her pale face eased a lot. She said in a low voice, "Of course there is, and it's very simple. Since this is the 7-step rockfall formation, when the formation was set up, it took 7 steps in this passage." Chapter 2083. 7-step falling stone matrix. Is this matrix dangerous? Yao Xiong asked. The Ghost Curse Lady shook her head and said, "This matrix has been around for countless years. Its attacking ability has long since disappeared, but its sealing ability is still intact. The person trying to break it will not be in too much danger. With my cultivation and my knowledge of matrices, I can only take 4 steps at most. That is my limit." The Ghost Curse Lady looked at Yao Xiong and the others calmly. Her meaning was clear. She had already deciphered the basis of the 7-step falling stone matrix. As for breaking it, she was powerless. She could only leave it to Yao Xiong and the others. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, but he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuo, why don't you give it a try?" The King Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady looked at Zhuowen mockingly. From the beginning until now, Zhuowen had not been of much help, and Zhuowen had not been the main force in figuring out the path. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He knew that since he was already here, he could not do nothing. If he did, he would be excluded from the team. He had to enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered, he would be like a fish in water. After all, he still had another incomplete map with him, which recorded the path inside the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered the Luo God Palace ruins, Zhuowen planned to find an opportunity to part ways with the three of them. "I have only reached the virtual sky 3rd step. Brother Yao, do you really trust me that much?" Zhuowen asked calmly. Yao Xiong did not take it seriously. He said, "Brother Zhuo, you may not know this, but the 7-step falling stone matrix does not only test one's cultivation, but also the strength of one's body. Brother Zhuo, I remember that you have a doppelganger. That doppelganger should be a demonic cultivator with an extremely strong body. If you have the help of that doppelganger, breaking the 7-step falling stone matrix will not be difficult." A cold light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. It seemed that when he killed Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had arrived at the scene very early and had seen the scene of the black-clothed Zhuowen killing Lu Wuqi. King Spirit and Ghost Curse Lady were surprised. They did not expect Zhuowen to have another body. Although it was not rare for cultivators to create clones, the clones required a great deal of resources to nurture. In other words, if you have a clone, then not only do you have to split your attention to nurture the clone, but you also have to use a portion of your resources to nurture the clone. After all, if the doppelganger was not strong enough, it would not be of any help to the main body. It would be better to use all the resources on the main body to improve the main body's cultivation as much as possible. With Yao Xiong exposing his clone, Zhuowen could do nothing about it. He could only wave his sleeve and find the black-robed Zhuowen, who was surging with demonic qi. True God, 2 disasters? Ghost Curse Lady raised her eyebrows. She could feel the fire aura on the demonic cultivator. She sneered in her heart and said, "How strong can this trash's body be? I'm afraid he can't even take a step forward in the 7-step rockfall matrix." Thump. Unfortunately, as soon as Ghost Curse Lady finished speaking, the black-robed Zhuowen took a step forward and landed firmly on the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix. Ghost Curse Lady's face stiffened as if she had eaten Chinese medicine. She did not dare to say anything. Humph. Even if he takes the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix, how many steps can a true God 2 disasters take? Let alone break the matrix? Ghost Curse Lady snorted coldly and whispered. Yao Xiong and King Spirit squinted their eyes. Their vision was much higher than Ghost Curse Lady's. They did feel the fire aura on the black-robed Zhuowen, but they also felt the terrifying power of thunder on the black-robed Zhuowen. The power of the thunder was far stronger than the thunder disaster of a true God 1 disaster. It's true God extreme thunder. This guy is really something. I'm afraid this doppelganger is even stronger than his original body, King Spirit whispered to Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong smirked and replied, "So what? Even if it's true God extreme thunder, he's no match for you. In the end, he's just a pushover in our hands." The King Spirit nodded nonchalantly. At that moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen silently stood at the position of the 1st step. The instant he took the 1st step, he felt a pressure pressing down on him from all directions. In particular, the pressure in front of him was even more terrifying. Fortunately, the black-robed Zhuowen's body was much stronger than a normal cultivator's, so he was not afraid of the pressure. Thump, thump, thump. The black-robed Zhuowen took 3 steps forward slowly. The pressure condensed from the 3 steps was like a terrifying whirlwind sweeping Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen could feel that the pressure had reached an unbelievable level. The resistance in front of him was like a storm, like thousands of mountains, preventing him from moving forward. With every step he took, the pressure would multiply. If this continued, it would be more difficult to move forward. If it was an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be difficult for him to last until the 5th step. His body would collapse inch by inch. However, the black-robed Zhuowen was different. He had the body of Devourer, a powerful race in the starry sky. The pressure was indeed terrifying, but it was not enough to stop him from moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen continued to step forward. He took 2 consecutive steps and arrived at the 5th step. The instant the 5th step landed, the oppressive might in the area reached a terrifying level that could shake heaven and earth. It was as if the invisible pressure under Zhuowen's feet had turned into ferocious hands, entangling Zhuowen's feet and dragging him deep into the ground. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure, Zhuowen was like a lonely boat in the sea. Under the monstrous waves, he could sink into the sea at any time. At this moment, the ghost curse lady frowned and lowered her head, muttering to herself, "The array has changed at the 5th step. The person who set up the array is really insidious." Although Lady Ghost Curse said so, her lips curled into a gloating smile. As far as she was concerned, being able to make Zhuowen suffer was absolutely pleasing to the eye. After all, ever since she met Zhuowen, everything went wrong for her. Now that she could see Zhuowen suffer, she was more than happy. Yao Xiong and Di Ling's eyes were calm and even cold. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Zhuowen took a deep breath and took the 6th step. However, the moment the 6th step landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, but he still managed to stand on the 6th step. Yao Xiong sneered in his heart. He originally thought that Zhuowen was smarter than most people and knew how to make choices. Now, he realized that this person was still a little reckless and impulsive. He hadn't even entered the Luotian Palace ruins yet, but he was already so desperate to break through the 7-step rockfall matrix, and he didn't care about the consequences. Yao Xiong was sure that even if this kid broke the 7-step rockfall formation, at that time, this clone would probably be heavily injured, and this kid would surely lose a sharp trump card. The moment he took the 6th step, the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't stop at all and took another step. The moment he took the 7th step, the black-clothed Zhuowen's body emitted a dense popping sound. It was as if all the bones in his body were being crushed under the terrifying pressure. Around the black-clothed Zhuowen's body, a large amount of blood mist spewed out. The demonic aura surrounding the black-clothed Zhuowen's body was dyed red by the blood mist. It looked very strange. The black-clothed Zhuowen stopped at the 7th step. As for the real Zhuowen, he looked at Yao Xiong and said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, my clone has suffered heavy losses this time." Yao Xiong's eyes flickered. He patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Zhuowen, for your selfless contribution. How about this? After we enter the Luotian Palace ruins, you can have the first pick of the items we find. How about that?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong, I'm afraid this isn't enough. After all, I've sacrificed a lot this time." Yao Xiong's eyes were dark, but he still smiled and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Yao Xiong handed Zhuowen a jade-colored elixir. This elixir flickered with dense light patterns and looked very strange. However, Zhuowen felt a strong medicinal power from this elixir that surprised him. This is the Holy Seal Elixir. This elixir can permanently raise cultivators below the 5th step of the Void Sky realm by a small realm. Moreover, there are almost no side effects, Yao Xiong said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and he accepted the Holy Seal Elixir without hesitation. He cupped his hands at Yao Xiong and said, "Thank you, Brother Yao. There's only one step left. The rest is up to you, Brother Zhuowen." Yao Xiong looked meaningfully at Zhuowen's real body. Then, his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was on the 7th step. After receiving benefits from Yao Xiong, The black-clothed Zhuowen hesitated for a moment. Then, he quickly raised his right foot and took the 8th step. The moment the 8th step landed, the surrounding mountains suddenly rumbled and trembled violently. Many huge rocks fell from the mountains, alerting the martyrs hidden around the canyon. At this moment, the 7-step rockfall array completely collapsed. Pucci! The moment the array collapsed, the black-clothed Zhuowen's face turned pale, and he was sent flying. The eyes of Zhuowen's real body flickered. He immediately took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and accurately pressed against the black-clothed Zhuowen's back, completely stopping him from flying backwards. "Brother Zhuowen, is your avatar okay?" Yao Xiong immediately stepped forward and placed his right hand on the black-clothed Zhuowen's shoulder. A secret divine sense quickly probed from Yao Xiong's palm into the black-clothed Zhuowen's body. It traveled all over his body before he quietly withdrew it. After confirming that the black-clothed Zhuowen was indeed seriously injured, Yao Xiong was relieved. He knew that this avatar was not fake. However, the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes was biting cold. Although Yao Xiong did it very secretly, his divine sense was not to be trifled with. The moment Yao Xiong's divine sense probed the black-clothed Zhuowen, he noticed it, but he did not act. So. Suddenly, the valley behind the mountain range completely collapsed at this moment. Then, more than 10 figures flew out from the valley. The moment Zhuowen saw these figures, his scalp went numb. This was because these figures were none other than the hairless martyrs whose lower bodies were transparent. "Let's go." Yao Xiong and Di Ling's faces darkened. They quickly went into the tunnel in front of them, followed by the Ghost Curse Lady. Chapter 2084. 7 poison puppets. The leader of the dozen or so martyrs had a broken sword stuck in his left chest. Only the tip of the broken sword was left. The surface of the broken sword was rusty and ordinary. The moment Zhuowen saw the broken sword, his pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his heart thumped wildly. Wasn't this broken sword the first half of the broken sword he had obtained from the ancient sword tomb? Zhuowen pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Zhuowen immediately shattered 300 divine soul star systems. Then, his divine sense instantly increased by countless times. His terrifying divine sense transformed into a gigantic hand that shot out and grabbed the broken sword in front of the martyr's chest. "Pucci!" Zhuowen pulled out the broken sword without hesitation. The martyrs stared at Zhuowen. Under the gazes of so many double martyrs, Zhuowen felt dizzy, as if he would collapse at any moment. However, Zhuowen made a prompt decision to consume the heavenly domain star essence, which instantly healed his damaged divine soul and shattered his divine soul galaxy once again, allowing him to recover from his confused state. Grabbing the broken sword, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the tunnel. After Zhuowen's figure disappeared into the passageway, the martyrs arrived one after another. However, they seemed to have some kind of taboo. They lingered outside the passageway, not daring to enter. Zhuowen sped through the pitch-black tunnel for a long time until he could no longer hear the footsteps of the martyr behind him. Only then did he stop. Only then did Zhuowen start to look around. This was still a passageway, but Zhuowen's divine sense probed out first. He discovered that there was a huge stone room not far from the passageway. In the stone room, he also discovered Yao Xiong and the other two. They continued forward, and as soon as they entered the stone chamber, they immediately attracted the attention of Yao Xiong and the others. "Brother Zhuo, why are you so slow? Did something happen to you outside just now?" Yao Xiong turned to look at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen smiled and said, "It was the first time I saw so many martyrs. I was stunned for a moment, so I came in late." "I see." Yao Xiong took a deep look at Zhuowen and did not continue to ask. At this moment, Zhuowen began to look around the stone room. The walls around the stone room were overgrown with weeds, indicating that this stone room was ancient. The stone room was not big. There were 3 rooms in total. The ground was messy, and many pills were scattered everywhere. However, most of these pills were already in the wind-flower realm and would scatter with a single touch. They were completely unusable. As I said just now, Brother Joie contributed a lot to deciphering the 7-step rockfall formation, so we must let Brother Joie choose first. This stone room is quite big. Perhaps there is something good. The three of us don't need to touch it. Let Brother Joie search by himself. Whatever he finds will belong to Brother Joie. The three of us cannot take anything. Yao Xiong suddenly said this righteously, but Zhuowen's heart sank. The stone room in front of them was the entrance. What good things could there be? Yao Xiong had purposely said this because he wanted to use the things in the stone room to casually dismiss Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had the other half of the map fragment. He knew that the real good things were in the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins, and not in this stone room. It was already good enough that he could find some divine medicine and pills in this stone room. It was wishful thinking to want better things. What? Is Zhuowen not satisfied? If you are not satisfied… Before Yao Xiong could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen appreciates Brother Yao's good intentions. How can I not be satisfied? It's just that my clone is seriously injured and my strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid that it will be extremely disadvantageous for me to continue. Therefore, I plan to recuperate in this stone room for a while, Zhuowen said. Yao Xiong frowned slightly. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and nodded. That's good. Brother Joie has put in a lot of effort this time. You do need to recuperate for a while. With that, Yao Xiong waved his sleeve. A black gas condensed into a human figure in front of him. It was an expressionless man in black. His skin was a strange greenish-black color, as if he had been poisoned. This is the 7 poisons puppet that I personally refined. The poison in its body is terrifying and its toxicity is unparalleled. If an ordinary cultivator of the Void Sky 5th stage is not careful, they may be poisoned and seriously injured. I'll leave this puppet to you, Brother Joie. If you encounter any danger, this puppet can definitely help you, Yao Xiong said with a smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. It seemed that Yao Xiong was worried about him. He had actually placed such a puppet beside him to keep an eye on him. Thank you, Brother Yao, Zhuowen said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yao Xiong waved his hand and said hypocritically, Brother Joie, what are you saying? We are companions now. Naturally, we should help each other. Only in this way can we go far in this dangerous Luo God Palace ruins, isn't that right? Now, the three of us will go ahead to explore. When the time comes, we will set up markings. When Brother Joie is done recuperating, just follow the markings and follow. Zhuowen did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Yao Xiong instructed again. The three of them left the stone room and began to explore the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins. After the three of them left, the puppet stared at Zhuowen. Its tyrannical divine sense locked onto Zhuowen tightly, as if it was looking at a prisoner. The black-robed Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the spot and began to pretend to recuperate. Meanwhile, Zhuowen's original body began to search the 3 stone rooms. He carefully searched the first 2 stone rooms, but didn't find anything of value. When he entered the 3rd stone room, it was empty. There was only a praying mat stained with blood. Zhuowen carefully examined the praying mat. He slowly probed it with his divine sense and discovered that there was something mysterious about it. He took off the praying mat and discovered that there was a hole underneath it. He probed it with his divine sense and found a skeleton sitting cross-legged at the end of the hole. Zhuowen looked up and down at the skeleton. Under the skeleton's pelvis, he found a half-empty elixir. Zhuowen picked up the half-empty elixir and looked it up and down. He narrowed his eyes. He discovered that there were faint light patterns on the surface of the elixir. It looked 90% similar to the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill that Yao Xiong had given him. Zhuowen took out the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill and compared it with the half-empty elixir. Indeed, in terms of patterns, the two elixirs were almost identical. Without a doubt, this half-empty elixir was definitely the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the skeleton again. He discovered that the skeleton was completely black and was faintly surrounded by black gas. Furthermore, Zhuowen could sense the black gas with a sniff. It was probably a powerful and terrifying poisonous gas. Zhuowen looked at the skeleton and played with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill in his hand. The coldness in his eyes intensified. He was certain that there was something wrong with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Although he did not discover any poison in the Holy Forbidden Divine Pill, he knew that the skeleton was an example. He would not be fooled because of this. Of course, Zhuowen did not need to think to guess why the skeleton was sitting in the stone chamber and why it happened to have consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Yao Xiong must have entered the Luotian Palace ruins more than once. Yao Xiong knew a lot more than he did. He knew about the martyrs in the canyon and the interior of the Luotian Palace ruins. Perhaps Yao Xiong had long known that one person needed to be assimilated into a martyr to be allowed to pass through the canyon. Luo Suo had become a pitiful sacrifice in Yao Xiong's plan. As for Lady Ghost Curse, her array formation skills were extremely high. Yao Xiong had only invited her to open a path for them. As for Zhuowen, what did Yao Xiong see in him? Divine Soul, Zhuowen guessed the answer. During the battle with Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had also sensed that Zhuowen's Divine Soul was different. That was why he had invited him to enter the Luotian Palace ruins. In other words, there had to be something in the Luotian Palace ruins that required a powerful divine soul to decipher. However, Zhuowen felt that something was amiss. If Yao Xiong really needed Zhuowen, why would he give him the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? The Saint Forbidden Divine Pill was suspected to be poison. Wasn't Yao Xiong afraid that Zhuowen would be poisoned to death like the skeleton in front of him after consuming the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Consume it. You can advance by a small realm. A stuttering voice came from the door of the stone chamber. Zhuowen turned to look at the puppet with a sneer on his face. Now he knew why the owner of the skeleton had died of poison. The Saint Forbidden Divine Pill was indeed not poison. However, there should be something in it that was related to the 7 poison puppets' poison. Once he consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill, he might be able to advance by a small realm. However, he would be restricted by the 7 poison puppets at the same time. At that time, the poison released by the 7 poison puppets might be able to kill Zhuowen. He would be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. If he did not want to die, he could only listen to the 7 poison puppets or the 7 poison puppets master, Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, you have a good idea. Chapter 2085. Luo God's stone statue. Green light burst out of the 7 poisons puppets' eyes. With a grin, it shook its arms, releasing a dense poisonous gas that instantly spread throughout the stone chamber. Zhuowen calmly took out a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, poured it into his mouth, and held it in his mouth. The 7 poisons puppets' poisonous gas was really powerful. Not only did it cause terrible damage when it invaded the body, but it also had terrible corrosiveness when it touched the skin. If Zhuowen didn't rely on the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, this poisonous gas would be really troublesome for him. But now that he had the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Zhuowen had no scruples in this poisonous gas. Bang! Sword Swimming Great Void was used. Sword light poured down like water, pouring down on the 7 poisons puppet. But the 7 poisons puppet was not easy to deal with. Its hands formed a series of seals, and green runes appeared on its arms. Bang! The 7 poisons puppet punched out with both fists at an extremely fast frequency, like cannonballs, endless and endless, blocking the terrible sword light. Just as the 7 poisons puppet was about to counterattack, a palm suddenly grabbed its head from behind. The palm of this hand contained terrifying black thunderbolts, and they crackled continuously. Boom! The black thunderbolts were so terrible that the 7 Poisons puppet's head was directly blown off. But the black thunderbolts did not stop. The terrifying black thunderbolts invaded the 7 Poisons puppet's body and began to wantonly destroy it. Boom! 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 The 7 Poisons puppet's body trembled violently, and with a boom it exploded into countless pieces. After the 7 Poisons puppet collapsed, a figure shrouded in demonic fog slowly walked out from behind it. It was the black-clothed Zhuowen. In Yao Xiong's impression, the black-clothed Zhuowen was seriously injured and was no longer a threat, so he did not let the 7 Poisons puppet guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen. It was because the 7 Poisons puppet did not guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen that the black-clothed Zhuowen successfully launched a sneak attack. The black-clothed Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned a devouring vortex, which absorbed all the poisonous gas in the surroundings. Zhuowen's true body slowly walked out of the poison gas. He glanced at the destroyed 7 Poisons puppets and frowned, muttering to himself, "The 7 Poisons puppets have been destroyed. That Yao Xiong will definitely sense it. I have to leave this place as soon as possible." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade slip from his spirit ring. This jade slip contained the route of the sun and moon grass that he had obtained from the crepe myrtle sect. The map recorded the route inside the Luotian Palace ruins. Although there were no specific markings, it was better for Zhuowen to have this map than to blindly wander around the Luotian Palace ruins. After briefly skimming through the contents of the jade slip, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen and allowed him to continue comprehending the 1,000-sword rain in the spirit ring while he flew out of the stone room. Not long after Zhuowen left the stone chamber, 3 figures returned from outside the stone chamber. These 3 people were Yao Xiong and the other 2 people who had returned. Yao Xiong came to the broken 7 Poisons puppet and silently looked at the puppet fragments under his feet. His face was as calm as still water, and no one could tell his true emotions. It seems that this Zhuowen did not know how to appreciate kindness. He actually attacked my 7 Poisons puppet and destroyed it. You may know a person for a long time, but you cannot judge his true nature. After a long time, Yao Xiong sighed softly, and then his eyes burst with a cold, murderous intent. He continued, "If I find this boy, I will not let him off." The ghost curse lady's eyes flashed, and she saw a clue. But she was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Now that she was tied to Yao Xiong and the King Spirit, if she did not rely on these 2 people, she would not be able to get out. So, she had to rely on them. The place was overgrown with weeds, and the fog was faintly discernible. The scenery in the distance was faintly discernible. Zhuowen sped along, passing through one valley after another. From time to time, he would stop and take out the jade slip to look at it for a moment, as if he was comparing the route. Not long after, he continued to move forward. After a while, Zhuowen arrived outside a valley. At the very front of the valley there was an extremely tall mountain range. At the top of the mountain range, clouds lingered, and the shadow of a building could be vaguely seen. Zhuowen knew that this building was most likely the Luo God Palace of the past. This restriction. Is it the ghost curse lady's technique? Just as Zhuowen was about to enter the valley, his gaze fell on the entrance of the valley, and he found some clues. The entrance of the valley was originally sealed by a restriction, but now it had been broken by someone. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this method at all. It was the ghost curse lady's method of breaking the array. After all, Zhuowen and the ghost curse lady had worked together to deduce the path to the Luo God Palace ruins. Zhuowen knew the ghost curse lady's method of breaking arrays very well. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then summoned several array discs with his right hand and set up a continuous trap and kill array. On top of the trap and kill array, Zhuowen set up a shielding array to completely conceal the trap and kill array. Zhuowen believed that with the ghost curse lady and Yao Xiong's arrogance, they would have already broken the restriction here. They would definitely not expect someone to set up a trap and kill array here. Although the trap and kill array could not kill Yao Xiong and the others, it could at least annoy them. After doing this, Zhuowen turned into a shadow and disappeared from the valley. Not long after Zhuowen left, Yao Xiong and the others arrived at the entrance of the valley again. That Zhuowen is alone, and he doesn't have a map of the Luo God Palace ruins. He can only be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's go inside the Luo God Palace ruins first. Yao Xiong stopped outside the valley and pointed his right hand at the top of the mountain range at the end of the valley. He continued, "At the top of the mountain there is a huge building. That is the Luo God Palace ruins." The King Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady both looked in the direction Yao Xiong pointed, their eyes burning with passion. "Let's go in." The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled up as he stepped into the valley. However, the moment his right foot stepped into the valley, Yao Xiong had an ominous premonition. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a series of explosions under his feet. The explosions grew louder and louder, and a terrifying killing force instantly enveloped Yao Xiong. The King Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady did not expect this to happen. The moment the explosions sounded, they quickly retreated, not caring about Yao Xiong. The explosions did not last long. They were annihilated by an even more terrifying force. Then, Yao Xiong walked out with a gloomy face. His face was green with anger. "Ghost Curse Lady, you have to give me an explanation. Didn't you say that the entrance to the valley has been completely broken? What is the situation now? Don't tell me you didn't see what happened to me just now." Yao Xiong looked at the innocent Ghost Curse Lady furiously and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lady Ghost Curse was really frightened by this shout. She quickly explained, "I don't know what's going on either. I've clearly broken through the restrictions at the entrance. That's impossible." After saying that, the Ghost Curse Lady walked to the entrance. She formed a seal with her hands and muttered something. Then, she said in a deep voice, "Someone has set up a chain of trap and kill arrays here. They have also set up a shielding array outside the trap and kill arrays." Yao Xiong calmed down at this moment. His chest heaved up and down. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "You mean, someone else came here before us? That's impossible. We are the only ones who entered this place. There can't be outsiders." The King's Spirit suddenly interrupted. "Brother Yao, did you forget about Zhuowen? That little bastard's array skills are not bad." Yao Xiong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Lady Ghost Curse, we have to be careful from now on. If Zhuowen really runs ahead of us, he might set a trap for us." The Ghost Curse Lady nodded. Then, she suddenly wondered, how did Zhuowen get here? I remember that we took the wrong path several times before we finally arrived here. But maybe that kid is just lucky. Be careful from now on. If you can find Zhuowen, capture him immediately. I still have some use for him, Yao Xiong said. Then, the three of them entered the valley. However, the three of them were much more vigilant than before. If there was even the slightest movement, the three of them would be on guard. At this moment, at the end of the valley, the top of the tall mountain range was shrouded in fog. Zhuowen stood in the hazy fog. His eyes fell on the huge group of buildings in front of him. Inside this group of buildings there were countless palaces made of white marble. They looked many times more advanced than the palaces of mortal emperors. However, the building complex was now lifeless. Zhuowen even discovered that most of the buildings were rather dilapidated, as if they were in ruins. In the center of this group of buildings, there was an incomparably huge stone statue. The original form of this stone sculpture was that of a woman. Moreover, it was a beautiful woman with outstanding looks. This woman's eyes were slightly open. She looked down at the earth and the world with disdain. Her charm was outstanding. It was as if the entire sky was in her eyes. It was not worth mentioning. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that this was a very proud woman. She was also a very strong woman. For this woman's stone statue to be able to stand in the middle of the Luotian Palace ruins, she must be the founder of the Luotian Palace. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He walked towards the Luotian Palace ruins that were vaguely shrouded in fog. Zhuowen, who had a complete map of the Luotian Palace ruins, avoided many dangers along the way. He arrived in front of the Luotian Palace ruins without any obstructions. The sun and moon grass. I must find it in the Luotian Palace ruins. Chen Shui, you must wait for me, Zhuowen said as his footsteps became firmer. Zhuowen stopped in front of the gates of the Luotian Palace ruins. This was a huge mountain gate. It was made of sparkling celestial jade. The celestial fog that filled the air made people feel like they were in a fairyland. Chapter 2086. Zhuowen looked at the buildings in front of him and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped onto the stone steps. To Zhuowen's surprise, there were no restrictions or pressure on the stone step. They were just like ordinary steps. But the more normal they were, the stranger Zhuowen felt. Along the way, he had encountered many obstacles and difficulties, but the entrance to the Luo God Palace ruins was as smooth as a mountain. I have to be more careful, Zhuowen muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. At the same time, he took out the Jade Scroll and began to compare the route. According to the Jade Scroll, the interior of the Luo God Palace ruins was like a maze. It was extremely complicated. Just looking at the map gave Zhuowen a headache, let alone experiencing it himself. The Luo God Palace was divided into 3 areas. According to the Jade Scroll, each area had its own corresponding checkpoint and danger. If one was not careful, it was easy to die inside. Zhuowen stepped onto the stone steps and arrived at the first area of the Luo God Palace. It was a huge open space. Around the open space were scattered ruins and building debris. It was like a ruin, Zhuowen muttered to himself, but he did not continue forward. Instead, he looked around and noticed a ruin on the left. Zhuowen rushed to the ruin and moved the big rock at the top. He went in and sealed the big rock again. After hiding in the ruins, Zhuowen set up a concealment formation. At the same time, his extremely enormous soul even gave birth to a terrifyingly powerful divine sense that enveloped the surroundings, faking the aura to be exactly the same as the surroundings. When he followed Yao Xiong and the others in, Zhuowen could clearly feel that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit must have been here several times. They must have been inside the Luo God Palace ruins. He came to this conclusion because of his observation and the calmness of the Luo God Palace ruins. Just now, when Zhuowen had stepped onto the steps, he had sensed that something was wrong. This was because he had used his powerful divine sense to investigate the stone step. Originally, there was a powerful restriction on the stone steps, but it had been broken by someone. Zhuowen guessed that it was Yao Xiong and the King Spirit who had broken the restriction. If the two of them had been there before, they must have been familiar with the place. If Zhuowen went in first, he'd have to face Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. Zhuowen was strong, but against a 7th-level virtual sky elite like King Spirit, it was still difficult. On the other hand, Yao Xiong's schemes were as deep as the sea. Although it was only 6 steps void sky, Zhuowen could feel that Yao Xiong was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. After all, he had observed the King Spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong when they were traveling together. Luo Suo was also a virtual sky 6 steps elite, but in the eyes of the King Spirits, he was just trash. But the King Spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong was different. Zhuowen could see that the King Spirit treated Yao Xiong as an equal. It didn't look down on Yao Xiong, and it even seemed to be afraid of him. From this, it could be seen that Yao Xiong was not simple. Now, Zhuowen had completely fallen out with these people. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Zhuowen wasn't ready to face Yao Xiong and the King Spirit head-on, so it would be best if he didn't encounter them. Zhuowen didn't know what dangers lurked inside the Luo God Palace, so he planned to wait and see what Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were up to. At this time, Yao Xiong, the king spirit, and the ghost curse lady had arrived outside the Luo God Palace ruins. Along the way, we haven't encountered any trap arrays. It seems that Zhuowen has taken the wrong route, the ghost curse lady said coldly. Yao Xiong laughed coldly and said, "The route here is very complicated. If you don't have a map or have explored it before, it won't be easy to find the right way." The king spirit nodded and said, "Then let's put Zhuowen aside for now. Let's enter the Luo God Palace first." The ghost curse lady suddenly said, "I heard that the reason the Luo God reached the 9 steps void sky was because he was lucky enough to obtain the blood of heaven. Because of that, he was favored by the rules of the universe. Is that true?" Yao Xiong narrowed his eyes and looked at the ghost curse lady. He smiled and said, "That's right. Although the blood of heaven is a legend, it is not without evidence. Why is it that there are almost no cultivators who have reached the 9 steps void sky? Most of them stop at the 8 steps void sky? The main reason is that the rules of the universe don't recognize cultivators. After all, once you understand life and death, you are basically on the same level as the rules of the universe. As long as the universe doesn't die, cultivators who understand life and death won't die unless they are destroyed by external forces. However, things are different with the blood of heaven. The blood of heaven is illusory. It is said that the blood of heaven is formed by the rules of the universe. If you absorb the blood of heaven, you will have the potential to reach the 9 steps void sky." The king spirit's eyes were burning. He continued, "The Luo God Palace has many secrets. If we can uncover them, even if we don't have the blood of heaven, with the power of the Luo God Palace, we will benefit a lot." The ghost curse lady nodded, but her heart was beating fast. The blood of heaven, understanding life and death, which cultivator wouldn't want it? Then why did Lord Brahma suppress the Luo God? And is the Luo God dead or alive? The ghost curse lady asked again. Yao Xiong shook his head and said, "This is a mystery. I only know that the Luo God Palace is in ruins. The Luo God is said to be dead. Lord Brahma never interfered with the affairs of the Far West. He never even set foot in the Far West. As for the truth? The records in the ancient books are vague. There is no reasonable explanation." The king spirit suddenly said, "There is nothing to say. Whether the Luo God Palace has the blood of heaven or not, we will know when we go in. As for the truth, it is a mystery. There is no need to investigate." "Brother D is right. Let's go in first," Yao Xiong said with a smile. The 3 of them stepped onto the stone steps and quickly entered the Luo God Palace. They came to the open space where Zhuowen had been before. The Luotian Palace ruins are divided into 3 areas. Back then, Brother D and I explored it several times, but we only entered the first 2 areas. The 3rd area, which is the core area of the Luotian Palace ruins, is very difficult to enter. Yao Xiong pointed to the huge Luo God stone statue in front of them and continued, "The Luo God stone statue is located in the core area. The real good things are in this area. However, we have to be careful in the first 2 areas. When Brother D and I entered these 2 areas, we encountered a lot of trouble." Yao Xiong reminded them again. The 3 of them continued to go deeper and soon disappeared at the end of the open space. When Yao Xiong and the other 2 disappeared into the open space, Zhuowen slowly walked out of the ruins. His eyes flashed as he looked ahead and frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he followed. After passing through the open space, they came to a broken temple. The temple was very large, covering tens of thousands of miles. If it had been complete, it would have been a shocking building. Now it was just a pile of ruins. The temple was still eerily quiet. There was nothing useful, not to mention restrictions or things. There were only ruins around. Zhuowen continued to move forward. He was getting closer and closer to the Luo God stone statue, but the surroundings were still quiet. Suddenly, the movement in front of him attracted Zhuowen. He came to the corner, poked his head out, and looked over. What entered his eyes was an incomparably huge door. The door was very tall. It was 500 feet tall and sat outside the Luo god's stone statue. And inside the door, there was a 7-colored fog lingering around. The rainbow-colored fog obscured everything in the core area. Only the stone statue of the Luo god, which pierced through the clouds, stood out from the rest and could be seen clearly. In front of the door, Yao Xiong, the king spirit, and the ghost curse lady stood quietly. The ghost curse lady and Yao Xiong were knocking on the door. It seemed that they were trying to open the restrictions on the door. The king's spirit blasted out a series of spells, trying to break the door. Unfortunately, the king's spirit's attacks were as soft as cotton candy when they landed on the door. This is the core area. The restrictions on the door are too scary. My attacks are useless. The king's spirit took a few steps back and looked very serious. Yao Xiong looked at the king's spirit and smiled bitterly. Brother D, don't waste your energy. Didn't you try last time? The restrictions on the door can't be broken with brute force. The king's spirit snorted but did not answer. The ghost curse lady suddenly looked happy and said, I have a way to break it, but I need the 2 of you to help me. Then, the 3 of them discussed and worked together to open the restriction on the door. Then, the 3 of them entered the door. Zhuowen frowned. His eyes flashed, and he decided to go and have a look. He rushed to the door and looked up and down. Suddenly, his face changed. He found that the restriction on the door in front of him was not broken at all. How did the ghost curse lady and her companions get in? Oh no, I've been tricked. Zhuowen thought to himself. He immediately retreated. Unfortunately, an invisible ripple formed behind him and blocked his retreat. Only then did Zhuowen discover that a very powerful confinement-killing array had appeared around him at who knows when. Judging from the aura of the trap and kill array, it was a level 7 trap and kill array. With Zhuowen's current strength, it would take him a lot of effort to break this trap and kill array. However, he knew that since someone had set up a trap and kill array here, they were waiting for him to take the bait. If he guessed correctly, the person who set up the trap and kill array was not far away. As expected, the moment Zhuowen was trapped in the trap and kill array, footsteps sounded. Chapter 2087. Formless Grand Array. Zhuowen's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Yao Xiong, who walked out of the door. He said in a low voice, Camouflage? The 3 of you didn't break the restriction on this door at all? The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled slightly. He said, If we didn't set up a camouflage, would you be so easily fooled? Following behind us for so long, you must be tired, right? How did you discover me? Zhuowen's brows knitted slightly. He remembered that he was already careful enough, but he was still discovered by Yao Xiong and the rest. He really could not understand. Yao Xiong smiled and said, I can recognize the aura on the 7 poisons puppets. Although you destroyed the 7 poisons puppets, you were also contaminated by the poison gas on their bodies. Although I don't know how you resisted the poison gas of the 7 poisons puppets, this poison gas is colorless and odorless. It takes a very long time to completely disperse. When you were hiding in the ruins, I already detected you. It's just that I didn't point it out. Zhuowen secretly cursed this Yao Xiong for being cunning in his heart. He actually did something to the 7 poisons puppets. It was truly hateful to the extreme. When Zhuowen still wanted to speak, Yao Xiong grinned hideously and said, Brother Zhuowen, you don't need to stall for time anymore. Although your formation's Dao level is not bad, wanting to break this 7th level confinement killing array is not something that can be done in a short time. Zhuowen was silent, but he did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Although he was currently trapped inside the confinement killing array, if this Yao Xiong wanted to capture him, then he had to undo the confinement killing array first. Once Yao Xiong undid the confinement killing array, that would be the opportunity for Zhuowen to leave. Except, what made Zhuowen surprised was that Yao Xiong did not undo the confinement killing array. Instead, he took out a brocade box from his bosom. Opening the brocade box, An orange bead lay quietly inside. This bead looked simple and unremarkable, without too many characteristics. But the instant Zhuowen saw this bead, his pupils shrank. Soul-sealing bead? Zhuowen's expression was ugly. The so-called soul-imprisoning pearl was a kind of pearl that could imprison the divine soul. This kind of bead had an absolute suppressive effect on a cultivator's soul. Once this spirit-sealing bead was used on a cultivator, that cultivator's soul would definitely be imprisoned, making it difficult for them to even release their spiritual sense. Divine sense was extremely important to a cultivator. If a cultivator was unable to release their divine sense, their combat strength would be greatly affected. Your eyesight is not bad. Yao Xiong smiled and gave Di Ling a look. He threw the soul-imprisoning pearl to Di Ling. The king's spirit took the forbidden soul orb and grinned. He grabbed the orb with his right hand, infused it with god power, and threw it into the trap array. As soon as the soul-imprisoning pearl entered the trap and kill array, it emitted a terrifying orange light. This light seemed to have no destructive power, but it silently drilled into Zhuowen's glabella and set up all kinds of restraining forces in Zhuowen's spiritual space. Although Zhuowen's divine soul was strong enough, this soul-imprisoning pearl was a strange object that specialized in restraining divine souls. Even though Zhuowen tried his best to resist, he could not stop his divine soul from being sealed. Yao Xiong frowned and looked at Zhuowen, who was still struggling. He murmured in a low voice, "The strength of this kid's divine soul is beyond my expectations." Generally speaking, as soon as the soul-imprisoning pearl is used, most cultivators' divine souls would be sealed immediately, but this kid is still able to hold on. Thinking of this, Yao Xiong threw out another soul-imprisoning pearl with his right hand. This time, the restraining force around Zhuowen became even more terrifying. Even though the 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space were running at the same time, it was still useless. He could only watch as his spiritual space was completely sealed, as if time had stopped. However, the moment Zhuowen's divine soul was completely sealed, he opened his spirit ring, took out a bottle of heavenly domain star essence, and hid it in his sleeve. After Zhuowen's divine soul was sealed by 2 soul-imprisoning pearls, the ghost curse lady released the trap and kill array. Yao Xiong walked slowly to Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry. Who asked you to kill my 7 poison puppets, and you secretly followed us? I'm afraid you don't have good intentions, do you?" Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared coldly at Yao Xiong. He said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, you misunderstood. I didn't kill the 7 poison puppets. What do you mean by attacking me now? And the Luotian Palace is in danger. This is not the time for internal strife. I think we should work together to overcome this crisis." The smile on Yao Xiong's face widened. He said with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you do it, I'll write off what happened before. How about it?" Zhuowen's heart sank. He had a bad feeling, but the situation was pressing. He knew that no matter what condition Yao Xiong put forward, he had to agree. Although the 2 soul-imprisoning pearls had completely sealed his divine soul was very strong. Now, he was operating the celestial star meditation diagram with all his strength, slowly breaking the power of the soul-imprisoning pearls. Of course, now that Yao Xiong was in front of him, Zhuowen didn't try to break it openly. If Yao Xiong found out, it would be terrible. "What do you want me to do?" Zhuowen asked warily. Yao Xiong smiled and said, "It's very simple. Do you see the door in front of you? This door is the door to the core area of the Luotian Palace. The restriction inside is very strong. Even if the 3 of us work together, we can't break it. However, there's a flaw in the restriction on the door, and the key to opening the door is in that flaw. As long as you enter that flaw and obtain the key, we'll write off all past grievances. How about it?" Zhuowen's heart sank. Although Yao Xiong made it sound easy, He knew that the so-called flaw in the door was definitely very dangerous. This restriction was so terrifying. If he went deep into the restriction, wasn't that just courting death? Yao Xiong saw Zhuowen hesitate and smiled again. If Brother Zhuo is unwilling, I won't force you. However, I'll go, Zhuowen said calmly. Although Yao Xiong was polite to him now, he knew that this guy was very shrewd. Even if he didn't agree, he would probably forcefully throw him into the restriction of the door. Haha, Brother Zhuo is really straightforward. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhuo. Yao Xiong laughed. Can I take away the soul imprisoning pearl before going in? Zhuowen asked. Yao Xiong sneered. Brother Zhuo, don't mention it. I'll take out the key for you. Didn't I say just now? There's no danger inside the restriction. It doesn't matter whether you take the soul imprisoning pearl or not. Zhuowen cursed in his heart. He knew that Yao Xiong was pushing him into the fire pit. However, he had no choice. Now that he was under the control of others, he could only do as Yao Xiong said. Of course, Zhuowen couldn't figure out what Yao Xiong was planning. Yao Xiong said to Lady Ghost Curse, Lady Ghost Curse, I'll leave the rest to you. Find the flaw in the restriction so that Brother Zhuo can enter. Lady Ghost Curse looked at Zhuowen sympathetically and sighed in her heart. There was indeed a flaw in the door, but Lady Ghost Curse wasn't sure if it was safe inside. She guessed that it was very dangerous. Lady Ghost Curse knew that Yao Xiong was talking nonsense when he said that it was absolutely safe inside. Lady Ghost Curse floated in front of the door and made a gesture with both hands. Then, a stream of black gas gushed out from her 5 fingers and merged into the door. In a short while, the door was dyed black. Lady Ghost Curse closed her eyes and carefully sensed the aura. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, which were shining. The black gas that was attached to the door all flowed into the upper right side of the door. Then, Lady Ghost Curse pointed with both hands and shot out several formation discs at the upper right side of the door where the black gas gathered. Suddenly, the black gas began to swirl and eventually turned into a black vortex entrance. Yao Xiong smiled and looked at Zhuowen, whose face was gloomy, and said, Brother Zhuo, go in. Remember to find the key inside. Whether the door can be opened or not depends on you. Yao Xiong released a terrifying aura as he spoke. He was on guard, guarding against Zhuowen's resistance and escape at any time. However, to his surprise, Zhuowen only hesitated for a moment and obediently went to the vortex entrance. Brother Yao, I hope you'll keep your word, Zhuowen said and stepped into the vortex. Yao Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and sneered at the same time. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly punched out, and the weak point of the whirlpool was directly smashed into smithereens. Zhuowen then took a step with his right foot and directly entered the whirlpool. However, when Zhuowen completely entered, the vortex could not bear the burden and collapsed completely. This bastard! Does he know something? Yao Xiong's expression changed drastically. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The restriction on the door of the core area was called the phaseless formation. This formation would always have a flaw on the surface of the restriction. Moreover, this flaw was real. Cultivators could enter the flaw and explore it. Once the exploration was successful, they would be able to enter the core area through the phaseless formation. This phaseless formation was extremely rare. Even the people in the outside world who knew about it did not know about it. Yao Xiong had only learned about the existence of this phaseless formation after consulting many ancient books. Given Yao Xiong's character, it was naturally impossible for him to take the lead and enter the flaw to explore. After all, this phaseless formation was not a good place. Even he was in danger of dying. As for Zhuowen, he was just a test subject that Yao Xiong planned to put in. He knew very well that as long as Zhuowen was not dead, this phaseless formation was not very dangerous. However, if he was dead, Yao Xiong would still not take the risk. Instead, he would let the ghost curse lady go in and explore again. He would not enter until he had completely confirmed the situation inside the phaseless formation. However, this formless grand array had a flaw. Once a cultivator found a flaw in it, the flaw in the formless grand array would completely disappear. If he wanted to find the flaw again, he would have to wait for the phaseless formation to completely recover. Chapter 2088. The Defiant. Inside the formless array, all kinds of weapons appeared and blasted toward Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that these weapons were basically targeting his soul and not his physical body. Moreover, these attacks were extremely powerful and terrifying. When used on his soul, it was enough to completely annihilate it. If an ordinary cultivator fell into this formless array, he would probably be killed immediately. Bang! Zhuowen endured the severe pain in his spirit and was pleasantly surprised to find that cracks had appeared on the soul-trapping pearl suspended in his spiritual space under the attack of the formless array. Let's break the soul-trapping pearl in one go. Zhuowen's eyes showed a determined look. More than 300 divine soul galaxies operated at the same time. His spiritual consciousness turned into a hurricane and blasted on the soul-trapping pearl. Suddenly, the cracks on the surface of the soul-trapping pearl became bigger and bigger, and eventually spread throughout the entire soul-trapping pearl. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soul-trapping pearl was completely broken, and Zhuowen's spirit was completely liberated. At the same time, the terrifying attack of the formless array poured into Zhuowen's spiritual space and began to destroy it unscrupulously. Zhuowen sat in the formless array and endured the terrifying attack of the formless array. He only felt a splitting headache, as if his whole head was about to explode. At this moment, more than 300 divine soul galaxies suspended in Zhuowen's spiritual space were exploding one by one. The tearing force produced by the exploding galaxies made Zhuowen involuntarily groan in pain. After the divine soul galaxies exploded, Zhuowen did not hesitate to take out the heavenly starry sky essence that he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. He drank a drop, then took another sip and held it in his mouth. With the heavenly starry sky essence, Zhuowen's spirit was restored to its peak, and he began to operate the star's meditation diagram to resist the attack of the formless array with his spirit. Gradually, Zhuowen found that as he continued to resist the attack of the formless array with his spirit was invisibly strengthening, and the number of divine soul galaxies also showed signs of increasing. Upon discovering this, Zhuowen was overjoyed. Although the formless array's attack on the divine soul was exceptionally terrifying, and every time he used it, his divine soul would be smashed into smithereens. However, Zhuowen had a treasure like the heavenly domain starry sky essence, so he was not afraid at all. Every time his divine soul could not withstand an attack, he would immediately take the heavenly domain starry sky essence to restore his damaged divine soul to its peak. Going back and forth like this, Zhuowen's divine soul constellation started to increase. Days passed, and Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged in the formless array for a total of 5 years. In these 5 years, Zhuowen had basically used his divine soul to resist the attacks of the formless array. His divine soul was many times stronger than it was 5 years ago. The celestial star meditation diagram was indeed amazing. It was by relying on this cultivation method that Zhuowen's soul could improve so quickly. 5 years ago, there were only a little over 300 divine soul galaxies in his divine soul space. But now, his divine soul had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the number of divine soul galaxies had reached about 1,000. 1,000 divine soul galaxies, this was an extremely terrifying number. It was no exaggeration to say that the strength of Zhuowen's divine soul at this moment was comparable to the level of old monsters in the Void Heaven 8-step. As for the Void Heaven 9 steps, Zhuowen had never seen it before, so he did not know how strong the divine soul of a terrifying powerhouse like the Void Heaven 9 steps was. However, Zhuowen estimated that the Void Heaven 9 steps had already comprehended life and death. It was a realm that many old monsters in the void heaven 8 steps dreamt of but could not reach. From this, it could be seen that the void heaven 9 steps was definitely many times stronger than the void heaven 8 steps, or even a realm on another level. Zhuowen guessed that if his divine soul galaxy could reach about 10,000, it might be comparable to the void heaven 9 step. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Back then, Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Sakyamuni were all void heaven 9 steps experts, or even stronger. However, Zhuowen had never seen such an existence fight before, so he could only guess. In any case, the strength of Zhuowen's spirit was absolutely beyond imagination. This was absolutely true. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a terrifying attack suddenly appeared around Zhuowen. These attacks were ever-changing. Saber formations, fire, flood, arrow rain, and so on. As long as it was a natural disaster or man-made disaster, it was basically within the scope of these changes. This was the attack of the formless formation. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen's terrifying divine sense transformed into a whirlpool, and the incoming attacks were all reduced to nothingness. Although the attacks of the formless great array were as terrifying as ever, Zhuowen was no longer the same as before. These attacks no longer had any effect on him. Zhuowen stood up and looked behind him. This formless great array was extremely peculiar. Ever since he had completely destroyed that flaw, this formless great array had not revealed any more flaws. Yao Xiong and the other two were now outside the door. No matter how many methods they used, they could not enter the formless great array. When Zhuowen first destroyed the flaw, it was actually a sudden idea. Of course, it was closely related to the remaining half of the map he had. In the map, there were only a few words describing the characteristics of the formless great array. At that time, Zhuowen had wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect to get it right. Zhuowen hesitated for a moment, but he did not return. Instead, he looked in front of the formless great array. He knew that as long as he could pass through the formless great array, he should be able to enter the core area of the Luo God Palace ruins. The restrictions in the first 2 areas of the Luo God Palace ruins should have been broken by Yao Xiong and the others. The good things inside should have been taken by Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. Only the core area was left untouched by Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. Although Yao Xiong knew the characteristics of the formless great array, he did not dare take the risk. After all, the formless great array was too scary. If he was not careful, the chances of him dying were too high. If Zhuowen did not have the heavenly star essence, he would have died 1,000 times in the formless great array. He would not have been able to use the formless great array to refine his soul. I have to get the sun and moon grass. Yao Xiong and the King Spirit want to enter the core area of the Luo God Palace ruins. There must be something good inside. I wonder what else is there? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he walked in front of the formless great array. As he went deeper, Zhuowen found that the power of the formless great array was increasing. However, it still didn't have much of an effect on Zhuowen's powerful soul. Instead, Zhuowen relied on the formless grand array to continuously temper his soul, causing it to become more and more powerful. In the formless great array, Zhuowen walked for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, Zhuowen stopped at the edge of the formless great array. At the edge of the formless great array, there was a 7-colored fog. The 7-colored fog was the same one Zhuowen had seen outside the door. The 7-colored fog seemed to cover the entire core area, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was inside. Zhuowen knew that as long as he entered the other side of the 7-colored fog, he would be able to enter the core area. When Zhuowen was about to step into the 7-colored fog, he vaguely heard a dreamlike chanting coming from the other side of the 7-colored fog. Zhuowen frowned slightly. When he wanted to listen carefully, he found that although the voice was echoing in his ears, he couldn't hear what it was saying. This aroused Zhuowen's curiosity. Pang! The moment Zhuowen stepped into the 7-colored fog, a force suddenly acted on his right foot, and then Zhuowen flew out. Zhuowen twisted his waist and forcefully flipped in the air, landing on the ground and looking ahead gloomily. This. Zhuowen's eyes showed fear. At the edge of the seven-colored fog, a skinny figure slowly walked over. This figure was a young man. His whole body was as thin as firewood, and his hair was all gone. Moreover, this person's skin was transparent. Zhuowen could even clearly see the dense blood vessels under this person's skin. Martyr? Zhuowen hurriedly took a few steps back, staring at the strange thin young man walking slowly in front of him with fear. After a moment of careful observation, Zhuowen found that the thin young man in front of him was somewhat different from the martyr. The martyr he encountered in the gorge had a nearly transparent lower body, but the upper body was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, his eyes were confused and lifeless, like the living dead. But the thin young man in front of him was completely transparent. Moreover, Zhuowen found that the thin young man's eyes were clear and there was no confusion at all. Instead, he was firm. Martyr? Haha, don't equate me with those weak-willed people in the suffering gorge. Those guys are called martyrs, and I am a defiant. The young man who called himself a defiant spoke for the first time, and it instantly shocked Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked up and down at the thin young man again. Besides, the appearance of the latter was similar to the martyr. His temperament and eyes were completely different from the martyr in the gorge. Your divine soul is very special. It actually formed its own galaxy. Moreover, you have so much heavenly domain starry essence. No wonder you could survive in the phaseless formation. You're amazing, the young man said lightly. Zhuowen frowned slightly, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This young man could see through the heavenly domain's starry essence in his body. You don't have to be nervous. Maybe you're wondering why I know you have so much heavenly domain starry essence, right? Haha, I didn't see through it. It was my lord who saw through it. My appearance here is my lord's idea. The corners of the young man's mouth rose slightly, and there was no hostility in his eyes. Chapter 2089. Iri, come with me. Isn't the purpose of your trip to the Luo God Palace ruins to look for treasures? The real Luo God Palace is inside the rainbow fog. You can find anything you want. The young man smiled slightly, staring at Zhuowen with a kind gaze as he slowly spoke. Zhuowen frowned. He looked at the young man for a long time and finally decided to go in. The sun and moon grass might be inside the Luo God Palace. It was the only divine item that could balance the yin and yang in Mu Qinshue's soul. As long as Mu Qinshue's soul was balanced, Zhuowen could use the heavenly starry sky essence to awaken Mu Qinshu. Therefore, Zhuowen would not let go of the opportunity to get the sun and moon grass. Even if the Luo God Palace was dangerous, Zhuowen would not back down. Let's go, Zhuowen said calmly. The young man smiled and immediately entered the seven-colored fog in front of him. Zhuowen mused for a moment before following the young man into the seven-colored fog. Outside the door, Yao Xiong and Di Ling looked gloomy. They had waited here for 5 years, but the formless array had not shown any flaws. This made the two of them, who were originally very anxious, feel even more anxious in their hearts. It's here. The formless array's flaw has appeared again. Lady Ghost Curse, who was studying the formless array, suddenly shouted in surprise. Yao Xiong and Di Ling rushed forward and said to Lady Ghost Curse, "Quickly find the flaw and open the passage." Lady Ghost Curse nodded. She made a series of hand seals with both hands, and her 5 fingers quickly formed hand seals. The black fog spewed out and covered the surface of the door again. Then, the black fog gathered below the door. Lady Ghost Curse made another gesture and the black fog gathered below the door, forming a black vortex. Lady Ghost Curse, you go in first. Lady Ghost Curse smiled and looked at Yao Xiong. She wanted to take credit, but when she heard Yao Xiong's indifferent words, her heart sank. Brother Yao, this is a formless formation. With my current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. Lady Ghost Curse said, trembling. Yao Xiong stared coldly at the Ghost Curse lady, causing her hair to stand on end and her back to break out in cold sweat. The King Spirit's eyes were cold. A murderous divine sense enveloped the Ghost Curse lady like a dark cloud. The Lady of Curses was trembling and her face was pale. She quickly lowered her head and said, I'll go. Lady Ghost Curse entered the vortex under the watchful eyes of Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. This time, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were much more cautious. If the Ghost Curse lady tried to destroy the vortex, they would kill her immediately. The Ghost Curse lady also thought of this joke, so she didn't destroy the entrance like Zhuowen. Instead, she obediently entered the whirlpool. After Ghost Curse lady entered the entrance, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked at each other and followed. As soon as Yao Xiong and the King Spirit entered, they were attacked by the formless formation. They couldn't help but cover their foreheads and use their divine senses to resist the attack. In front of them, the Ghost Curse lady's face was pale. Her hands were constantly forming seals, and she was struggling to move forward. After about 10 steps, the Ghost Curse lady clutched her head and fell to the ground. Her vitality disappeared in an instant. Obviously, the Ghost Curse lady couldn't resist the formless formation's divine sense attack. Her vitality was completely gone. Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked at each other with fear. This formless formation is really powerful. Although the Ghost Curse lady's cultivation is weak, her divine sense is comparable to the Void Sky 5th step. She couldn't withstand it for long. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed. The King Spirit said, Brother Yao, I know you are prepared. In this situation, you can't hide anything. Yao Xiong smiled and said, Of course not. After passing through the formless formation, the core area of the Luo God Palace is the key. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Then, Yao Xiong took out 2 palm-sized pieces of green wood from his spirit ring and handed them to the King Spirit. This is the Soulguard wood. It is mainly used to strengthen the divine sense. You can use it to strengthen the defense of your divine sense. The King Spirit took the Soulguard wood and his eyes lit up. The moment he touched the Soulguard wood, he felt that his divine sense had been strengthened a lot. Brother Yao, you have a lot of good things on you. You even have something like the Soulguard wood that can strengthen the divine sense? The King Spirit said meaningfully. Yao Xiong smiled and said, I was just lucky. I got this Soulguard wood by accident. It's not particularly precious. Speaking of which, the formless formation is so scary. Even if you and I have the Soulguard wood, we might not be able to pass through it. 5 years ago, Zhuowen died here, just like the Ghost Curse lady, right? The King Spirit nodded and said, although Zhuowen's divine sense was strong, he couldn't have lasted too long in the formless formation. It's good that he died. After all, if a cultivator with a strong divine sense dies in the formless formation, it will weaken the power of the formation. After all, he did contribute a little bit to us. Yao Xiong nodded in agreement and said regretfully, there are not many suitable cultivators that can be summoned this time. Most of the cultivators I know have died in the formless formation. Fortunately, Zhuowen and the Ghost Curse lady's divine sense are quite strong. It's a pity that Luo Chuo was taken away by the martyrs. If he hadn't been taken away by the martyrs, he could have been useful in the formless formation. The King Spirit sneered and said, Luo Chuo's divine sense is not strong. He mainly has a strong physical body. Didn't you call him here to safely pass through the canyon? If no new martyrs appear, the 4 of us won't be able to pass through the canyon. Yao Xiong didn't realize that he had been seen through. He just smiled calmly and said, Brother D, didn't we do this the last few times? Now that the formless formation has weakened a lot, at least with the Soulguard wood, it won't affect our lives. The King Spirit nodded and said solemnly, I heard that there are not only martyrs in the Luotian Palace, but also defiants. If you encounter them, you have to be careful. They are even more terrifying than the martyrs. Hearing the king's spirit mention the defiance, Yao Xiong's eyes became serious. He took a deep breath and said, "The defiance are indeed a big problem. They are much stronger than the martyrs and have high intelligence. They are better at lying and illusions. However, I still have a way to deal with the Tao defiance if we encounter them. Fortunately, I heard that there are only a few Tao defiance in the Luotian Palace, so we might not encounter any of them once we enter." The king's spirit nodded, and the two of them slowly walked into the depths of the formless formation. After entering the seven-colored fog, Zhuowen felt a white light shining on him. It was extremely dazzling. He narrowed his eyes, then opened them again. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he was completely stunned. What appeared before his eyes was a gigantic stone statue of the god of Luo. Around the Luotian stone statue, there were many white jade palaces. The seven-colored fog was like a carpet that dragged on the ground and spread out. It was like a paradise on earth. Zhuowen originally thought that the core area of the Luotian Palace would be the same as the outside world. It would be a ruin. Now, he realized that he was wrong. Not only was it not a ruin, but every palace was beautiful and full of life. At the very front, there was an incomparably huge palace. In front of this palace, there was a huge square stone tablet. The words Luotian Palace were written on the tablet. The words were written in bold and powerful strokes. Zhuowen looked at the young man leading the way and said, "Didn't the outside world say that the Luotian Palace was a ruin a long time ago? Why is the Luotian Palace here so intact?" The young man stopped, turned around and said with a smile, "You might not know, right? When the Luotian Palace was first built, it was indeed a ruin. However, over the years, with the presence of the Lord, it has been gradually restored. Isn't it normal for it to be on such a scale?" Zhuowen frowned and asked, "Who is the Lord you are talking about?" The young man's smile grew wider. He looked up at the Luotian stone statue in the middle and pointed at it with his right hand. "Of course, it's the Lord Luotian." "Lord Luotian? Didn't they say that Lord Luotian was killed by Great Brahma?" The Luotian Palace ruins were also exchanged with Lord Luotian's life. Could the outside world be false? Zhuowen asked. The young man sneered. "It's just a rumor. How can you believe it so easily? After such a long time, many old fellows have fallen. A new generation has replaced the old. The truth of the past has long been sealed. Who can say for sure? Now, you want to bring me to see the Luotian of the past?" Zhuowen asked. The young man's sneer disappeared and was replaced with a kind smile. "Yes, the Lord Luotian wants to see you. As for what it is, you don't have to ask me. I don't know either." With that, the young man continued to lead the way. After entering the Luotian Palace, Zhuowen realized that it was very quiet. Inside, there were white jade pillars that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. Beneath their feet, there was a seven-colored fog that exuded an aura of immortality. In the depths of the Luotian Palace, there was a staircase that was several feet tall. The staircase led up to a tall and majestic circular platform. On the circular platform stood a woman in a white robe with long purple hair. The woman's back was facing Zhuowen and the young man. Her figure was graceful and graceful. One look and one could tell that this woman was definitely an extraordinary beauty. "My lord, I have brought the person you named." The young man knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Named? I don't think I have ever told this Tao Defiant my name. This Luotian is so powerful that she can predict my name and even know that I have the heavenly domain Starry Sky essence." Chapter 2090. Illusions. The tall woman on the circular platform turned around slowly and revealed her peerlessly beautiful appearance. She had a pair of beautiful violet eyes that were like dazzling stars in the night sky, and it caused others to be charmed by her. "You're the founder of Luotian Palace 1,000,000 years ago?" Zhuowen didn't kneel down. He raised his head slightly and gazed indifferently at the beautiful woman. The violet-haired woman smiled. "What? Are you surprised? Are there rumors in the outside world that I, Luotian, have fallen? Zhuowen nodded, indeed. There are rumors in the outside world that you perished 1,000,000 years ago, and Luotian Palace has been reduced to ruins. Countless disciples have perished. So much time has passed that it's become a legend. Rumors can be true, but they can also be false. The violet-haired woman didn't explain anything and just spoke indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, I heard from this Tao Defiant that you're looking for me. Is there something you need? The violet-haired woman stared deeply at Zhuowen with her beautiful violet eyes, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What's your objective in coming here? Zhuowen frowned slightly. This has nothing to do with you, right? The violet-haired woman smiled and didn't get angry. She just placed her hand lightly on the high platform at the center of the platform and withdrew a divine herb. The divine herb was shaped like a stalk of grass. It was 30 centimeters long and only had 2 leaves. One of the leaves revealed moonlight while the other revealed sunlight. The images of the sun and moon floated above the divine herb, and it formed a magnificent scene where the sun and moon shone upon each other. Zhuowen's entire body trembled. He stared fixedly at the divine herb that revealed the sun and moon, and he was stunned. He couldn't help but mutter softly, sun and moon grass. It really is sun and moon grass. The corners of the violet-haired woman's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Zhuowen's reaction, and she smiled. It really is sun and moon grass. I presume you're even more aware of how precious it is than I am, right? As she spoke, the purple-haired woman waved her jade-like hand. The sun and moon grass, which had manifested the illusory image of the sun and moon, floated in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen gently held the sun and moon grass in his hand. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had finally found the sun and moon grass that he had been dreaming of, and Mu Qianxue could finally be saved. Looking at the sun and moon grass in his hand, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure that he yearned for day and night. He thought of all the things that happened between him and Mu Qianxue. They met in the ancient cavern, got to know each other at Fine God Academy, parted at the Burning Heaven sect, and finally got married with the heavens and earth as a witness. Mu Qianxue also fell into a deep sleep on the second day of their wedding. Back then, he had sworn that he would wake Mu Qianxue up and give her the happiness she deserved. Now, his vow was about to be fulfilled. Qianxue, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The corners of the purple-haired woman's mouth curled up into a strange smile. She exchanged glances with the young man and continued, Do you need anything else? The Luotian Palace has deep resources and reserves, so I can give you anything you want. Zhuowen took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. After that, he looked at the purple-haired woman and said in a deep voice, The sun and moon grass was my objective for coming to the cloudy, clear, and round void palace. I've already obtained what I want, so I don't need anything else. However, I know that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You're definitely not giving the sun and moon grass to me for free, right? Even though Zhuowen was unable to restrain his excitement, he hadn't lost his reason. The purple-haired woman smiled and said, You're right. You can choose anything you want from the Luotian Palace, but I need something from you, and it's the heavenly domain starry essence. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wasn't surprised. Earlier, when the Tao Defiant had found him and pointed out the heavenly domain starry essence in his possession, Zhuowen had already guessed it. When she saw Zhuowen fall silent, the purple-haired woman smiled and said, I don't need much. I just want half of the heavenly domain starry essence in your possession. I think the sun and moon grass is more precious to you than others, so it wouldn't be too much to take out half of the heavenly domain starry essence in your possession, right? Zhuowen's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, but his heart gradually turned cold. Zhuowen had dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry essence in his possession, and they were large barrels that were half the height of a person. His reserves could be said to be extremely abundant. Zhuowen originally thought that the purple-haired woman only wanted a few drops of heavenly domain starry essence, but he never expected that she would want half of it. Could it be that this purple-haired woman really possesses the ability to read the mind and knows the exact amount of heavenly domain starry essence in Zhuowen's possession? Zhuowen felt that it was slightly strange. Earlier, the young man had specifically asked for him, Zhuowen, to come here. Now, the purple-haired woman had even asked for half of the heavenly domain starry essence in his possession and not the exact amount. All of this was slightly strange. What? You're unwilling? If you think it's a loss, then I can give you anything in the Luotian Palace in exchange. How about it until you're satisfied? The purple-haired woman spoke unhurriedly. Zhuowen flicked his sleeve and said, How could I? The sun and moon grass is too important to me, and it isn't inferior to my life. It's related to the life and death of my wife, so how can mere heavenly domain starry essence compare to it? As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his sleeve and withdrew over 10 barrels of heavenly domain starry essence before placing them in front of him. The eyes of the Tao Defiant glowed, and he revealed a wisp of a strange expression. The purple-haired woman was much calmer, but wild joy was still impossible to conceal in the depths of her eyes. How satisfying! The purple-haired woman smiled sweetly and signaled to the Tao Defiant with her eyes, and then the latter walked over to Zhuowen with a grin on his face. Brother Zhuo, you're really generous. We'll kindly accept these heavenly domain starry essences. As he spoke, the Tao Defiant stretched out his right hand and touched the pile of heavenly domain starry essences before him. However, the Tao Defiant's expression changed drastically when his right hand just happened to touch the heavenly domain starry essences. An invisible ripple surged over like a tide and enveloped the Tao Defiant. Formation discs? The Tao Defiant couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his gaze descended towards the bottom of the barrels of heavenly domain starry essence. There was a formation disc beneath every single barrel, and they were placed in a disorderly manner in a strange pattern. The Tao Defiant spoke with a gloomy gaze. What's the meaning of this? The eyes of the purple-haired woman who stood on the platform suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent. After that, an aura that was even more terrifying than the explosion of a galaxy shot out explosively from within her, and it filled the entire Luotian Palace. This aura was too terrifying. The entire Luotian Palace actually trembled violently while countless rocks fell from above, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. This aura is too terrifying, and it's much more terrifying than Yuwusi's. Could it be that this purple-haired woman is really the legendary Luotian who ascended 9 times in the void? What are you waiting for? Quickly undo the formation. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death if Lord Luotian gets angry. The Tao Defiant spoke hurriedly while a wisp of terror appeared on his face. It seemed like he was really afraid of the purple-haired woman. Zhuowen's gaze flickered, but he didn't do as the Tao Defiant said and undo the formation. Instead, he strode up the stairs and flashed towards the purple-haired woman. Do you want to die? The Tao Defiant suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as he flashed up the stairs, Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying pressure crush down upon him. This pressure was too terrifying. Zhuowen felt like his flesh, blood, and bones were being crushed into pieces and powder. It was like the pressure would crush him completely if he took another step forward. Chapter 2091. Encounter. As he glanced at the surroundings, Zhuowen noticed that the grand and enormous Luotian Palace was nowhere to be seen. Even the orderly and vast buildings around it had vanished. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a wasteland, and the so-called circular platform was nothing more than a piece of broken rock. What a powerful illusion! Zhuowen crushed the ordinary herb in his hand while he stared coldly at the Tao Defiant who was trapped within the formation. He knew that everything he saw just now was an illusion, and it was an illusion created by the Tao Defiant. Zhuowen's soul was sufficiently strong, so he wasn't able to discern that it was an illusion at all. Everything was so real. If the Tao Defiant and the so-called Luotian hadn't spoken with some loopholes, then Zhuowen really might have fallen for it. The Tao Defiant asked calmly, "How did you see through it?" Zhuowen laughed coldly. "The illusion you executed was very real, and I wasn't able to see through it at all. However, the conversation between you and the Luotian you've transformed into was filled with loopholes. I think you've been here for too long and you've forgotten the ways of the world, right?" The Tao Defiant nodded while a slightly dazed expression appeared in his eyes, and he spoke in a low voice. "I'd intended to treat you well and allow you to gradually die amidst a beautiful lie. Unfortunately, you're too uncooperative. Since it's like that. Rumble. Rumble." He hadn't even finished speaking when the Tao Defiant suddenly straightened his figure, and then a terrifying aura shot out explosively from him. After that, the sound of explosions resounded incessantly from the formation. Zhuowen's pupils constricted slightly. He stared at the Tao Defiant, who was in a berserk state within the formation, and he was visibly moved. This Tao Defiant really isn't simple. He was actually able to erupt with such a terrifying aura. Of course, he was aware that the Tao Defiant was skilled in illusions, and his aura was probably enhanced by illusions. However, he'd witnessed how terrifying the martyrs were, and this Tao Defiant was clearly of a higher level than the martyrs. So, Zhuowen truly didn't dare to go head-on against him. Zhuowen glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze instantly descended towards the end of the area behind him. There was a building that occupied an extremely large area, yet was already in ruins. This should be the Luotian Palace ruins. Let's go in and take a look. Zhuowen had a map of the ruins, so he knew that the huge ruins were the real Luotian Palace ruins. With a stomp of his right foot, he unfurled his torch dragon wings and flew toward the ruins. The Tao Defiant noticed Zhuowen's actions as well, and his expression changed slightly. He suddenly tore at his chest with his right hand and instantly tore off a large piece of flesh. Of course, the Tao Defiant's flesh and blood were translucent, and the only thing that possessed color was the dense blood vessels on his body. These blood vessels were torn off by him, causing blood to spray into the surroundings. It was an extremely bloody scene. Blood dragon entanglement. The Tao Defiant roared furiously. The rays of blood-red light that he'd torn down were like worms that coiled around each other and transformed into an enormous blood dragon that shook the heavens and the earth. Awo! The blood dragon roared at the sky. It swung its huge tail and chased after Zhuowen with its huge dragon body at an extremely fast speed. The Tao Defiant's blood threads were extremely strange and had extremely strong penetrating power. They could actually ignore the confinement killing array and flashed out, catching up to Zhuowen in an instant. Zhuowen immediately drew out 48 beginning demonic golden sword. They quickly drew complicated patterns in the air and blasted towards the blood dragon. Bang! What made Zhuowen's expression turn ugly was that the blood dragon was extremely powerful. With a swing of its tail, it dispersed the killing intent vortex formed by the beginning demonic golden sword. Under the command of Zhuowen's powerful consciousness, the scattered beginning demonic golden swords gathered around Zhuowen and formed an impenetrable defense. Zhuowen held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his right hand, while dense purple intent condensed into another purple sword in his left hand. He immediately used his 7th level Tao intent. Zhuowen drew both swords and began to use the Tao of Destruction sword technique. Terrifying and powerful sword lights poured out like flowing water. From the first move, sword-piercing thistles, to the 7th move, sword swimming through the void. Under the boost of his 7th level Tao intent, the might of these 7 moves had increased by an entire 7 times. Bang! 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 All 7 moves descended onto the blood dragon. At this moment, the blood dragon that was originally all-powerful had stopped moving, and the scarlet-red glow on its surface had become much dimmer instead. Sword dragon slashes the heavens. At the instant the blood dragon dimmed down, Zhuowen seized the opportunity to pursue the blood dragon. He suddenly slashed with the violet swords in his hands, and terrifying violet sword chi sprayed out and condensed into two enormous violet dragons that shook the heavens and the earth in the end. The two enormous violet dragons suddenly sandwiched the blood dragon between them, and then they opened their terrifying mouths furiously and forcefully tore the blood dragon into two. Sword Dragon Slashes the Heavens was the 8th move amongst the 9 moves of the Tao of Destruction sword technique, and its might was much stronger than the 7th move, Sword Swimming Through the Void. Moreover, it was executed with both swords and was enhanced by his 7th level Tao intent. The might of Sword Dragon Slashes the Heavens was so strong that it absolutely shocked the heavens and the earth. Even the blood dragon formed by the Tao Defiant was easily annihilated by it. After annihilating the blood dragon, the torch dragon wings on Zhuowen's back suddenly flapped, and he left behind a few afterimages on the spot as he entered the Luo God Palace ruins. That bastard! I absolutely can't let him find the blood of the heavenly Tao. Once he finds it, the Luo God Palace will cease to exist, and I, the Tao Defiant and Martyr, will vanish into thin air. The Tao Defiant gnashed his teeth as he suddenly smashed his right fist against the confinement-killing formation. The dense blood vessels on his fist exploded, and then his fist erupted with terrifying energy. Rumble! In an instant, the confinement-killing formation collapsed inch by inch like an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Tao Defiant transformed into a whirlwind that surged towards the Luo God Palace ruins behind him. That's the Tao Defiant? The Tao Defiant wants to enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Could it be that he's discovered us and wants to hide the blood of the heavenly Tao? At that moment, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit walked out of the phaseless formation. They immediately saw the Tao Defiant breaking through the confinement-killing formation and charging towards the Luo God Palace ruins like a wild beast. Brother Yao, what do you mean? Does the Tao Defiant know where the blood of the heavenly Tao is hidden? The King Spirit asked in surprise. Now isn't the time to dwell on this. We absolutely can't let the Tao Defiant enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Brother D, hurry up and stop that Tao Defiant. Once that Tao Defiant enters the Luotian Palace ruins, that fellow will become unkillable and unkillable. As Yao Xiong spoke, he took out a metal box that was a few feet long from his spirit ring. At the same time, he took out a talisman and stuck it on the surface of the metal box before tossing it out. The runes on the surface of the talisman instantly lit up, and then strands of irregular light spread out and covered the entire metal box. When the light covered the entire metal box, it disappeared into thin air. When the metal box reappeared, it was already above the Tao Defiant's head. The Tao Defiant noticed the iron box above him as well, and he frowned. He was just about to casually blast the iron box away when it suddenly exploded apart, and a dense expanse of iron chains emerged from within it. Every single iron chain was filled with dazzling light. The iron chains were like spirited snakes that coiled around the Tao Defiant, and then they suddenly constricted and restrained the Tao Defiant. The Tao Defiant was caught off guard, and his body that was in midair fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You two bastards!" The Tao Defiant roared angrily, and then the blood vessels in his body exploded without any regard for his life. The chains around him shattered one after another. The moment the Tao Defiant blasted open the chains, the King Spirit and Yao Xiong rushed over. The two of them didn't say anything and immediately used their divine abilities and divine artifacts to attack the Tao Defiant without holding back. The two of them knew that the Tao Defiant was skilled in illusions, so before the Tao Defiant could use his illusions, they had to attack with lightning speed so that the Tao Defiant wouldn't have time to use his illusions. Sure enough, the Tao Defiant was exhausted and barely able to deal with their attack. Especially Yao Xiong, he withdrew an enormous axe that was covered in complicated talisman markings from his spirit ring. The axe was extremely effective against the Tao Defiant, and it terrified the Tao Defiant to the point of not daring to go head-on against the axe and hurriedly dodging it. For a time, the Tao Defiant fell into a disadvantaged position, and he was desperately suppressed by Yao Xiong and Di Ling. Di Ling spoke with slight contempt. "Brother Yao, the Tao Defiant isn't as terrifying and formidable as you said. He's like a stray dog before our joint forces." Yao Xiong shook his head and said, "Brother Di, you haven't experienced the Tao Defiant's illusions. Once you fall into his illusions, it's equivalent to entering a world that he rules over, and it's very difficult for you to wake up from it. Once you fall into his illusions, your life and death will be completely under his control. If you don't wake up in time, then only a miserable death awaits you. We're comparatively lucky. For some unknown reason, the Tao Defiant's illusions seem to have been destroyed once, and he won't be able to execute powerful illusions again in a short period of time." Di Ling nodded. The Tao Defiant was completely suppressed by the two of them, so Di Ling was rather relaxed, and he asked Yao Xiong about the questions in his heart. Di Ling asked curiously, "Brother Yao, you said that we can't allow the Tao Defiant to enter the ruins of Luotian Palace. Is it because of the blood of the Heaven Tao hidden within the ruins?" Yao Xiong nodded and spoke solemnly. "The blood of the Heaven Tao was left behind by the founder of Luotian Palace, Luotian. It has always been a mystery where Luotian obtained the blood of the Heaven Tao. However, according to legend, the blood of the Heaven Tao is closely related to Luotian's ascension into the Void Realm. Actually, the Tao Defiance and the martyrs we encountered in the gorge became like that because of the blood of the Heaven Tao. The blood of the Heaven Tao gave birth to the Tao Defiance and martyrs. However, the Tao Defiance can be considered as successful products of the blood of the Heaven Tao, whereas the martyrs are failures. But regardless of whether it's the Tao Defiance or the martyrs, they'll become undying once they come within a 100 m of the blood of the Heaven Tao. Chapter 2092. Plot and Counterattack. Upon hearing this, the King's Spirit's expression became extremely serious. He wasn't afraid of the immortal body, but he was extremely wary of the invulnerability that Yao Xiong had mentioned. Invulnerability, as the name suggested, meant that no spells or void sky godly power would be able to harm it. If all attacks were ineffective, then how were they supposed to fight? The opponent was practically invincible. "Brother Yao, you have foresight. If the Defiant had really entered the Luo God Palace ruins, it would have been very difficult for us to go in again," the King's Spirit said with a smile. Yao Xiong grinned, but he didn't answer. He withdrew a ghastly white string and tied the Tao Defiant up with his hands behind his back. "This is the soul-bind rope. It's a rope that binds the soul by binding the body. The Tao Defiant's illusions are mainly executed through the soul. Now that the soul has been bound, the illusions are naturally unable to be used," said Yao Xiong. The Defiant's eyes were extremely cold, but he was still smiling coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. The King's Spirit wasn't happy to see this. He kicked the Defiant and said, "You're already a fish on the chopping block. Why are you still so stubborn?" The Defiant didn't feel any pain. It was just that he was forced to bow. He said coldly, "You two are so stupid that it's pitiful. Before you, someone else had already entered the Luo God Palace ruins." The King's Spirit laughed coldly and said, "That's a cheap lie. Do you really think we'll believe it? Only the two of us have entered the Luo God Palace ruins. The others are already dead." Yao Xiong felt that something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Who is it?" The Defiant grinned and said, "I only know that guy's name is Zhuowen. He's already inside the Luo God Palace, looking for the blood of heaven." "Ha! Zhuowen isn't dead?" Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit suddenly raised their heads and looked at each other in disbelief. They had personally experienced how terrifying the phaseless formation was. If it weren't for the Soul Guard wood, the chances of them dying in the phaseless formation were very high. But Zhuowen didn't have a treasure like the Soul Guard would. How had he come out alive? "Are you lying to us?" the King's spirit asked angrily. The Defiant didn't panic. He smiled and said, "Lying to you? Is that necessary? If I didn't go after Zhuowen, would I be stopped by the two of you?" Then, the Defiant looked at Yao Xiong. Although the King's spirit, the Defiant's intuition told him that Yao Xiong was harder to deal with. Moreover, the Defiant was the Defiant spirit. Yao Xiong frowned and stopped the King's spirit from attacking. "Let's go in and have a look." The King's spirit's eyes flickered. He pointed at the Defiant and said, "What about the Defiant? The soul-binding rope isn't that easy to break free from. Once it binds you, your entire soul will be imprisoned. It's almost impossible to break free. Let's not bother about him for now. Let's enter the Luo God Palace first." Yao Xiong's voice was slightly anxious. Obviously, he was worried that Zhuowen would find the blood of the heavenly Tao before him. The King's spirit nodded, and then the two of them entered the Luo God Palace. Not long after they left, the Defiant's eyes glowed red. He sneered and said, "The blood of the heavenly Tao? Do you really think it's that easy to get?" Thump, thump. Blurry figures appeared in the seven-colored fog around the ruins. These figures were like puppets, and they dragged their numb bodies as they walked slowly towards the Tao Defiant. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. When these figures came closer, their true faces were finally revealed. Their eyes were lifeless, and their hair was gone. Their upper bodies were like ordinary people, but their lower bodies were transparent. Their blood vessels could be seen. These 20-odd figures were all the martyrs who had appeared in the canyon before. Luo Suo, who had become a martyr, was one of them. Luo Suo's hair was gone, and his lower body was transparent. He was like a walking corpse as he gathered with the other martyrs. When the martyrs gathered around the Tao Defiant was muttering softly and chanting with a strange rhythm. Then, the martyrs' hands formed claws, and at the tips of their fingers, transparent blades appeared. Then, the martyrs waved the blades in their hands rhythmically, cutting the soul-binding rope on the Defiant. The soul-binding rope was extraordinary. When it came into contact with the blades, countless sparks flew. However, no matter how extraordinary the soul-binding rope was, cracks had appeared on its surface after being cut repeatedly by so many blades. Moreover, the cracks grew larger and larger until the soul-binding rope shattered into countless pieces in the end. The Defiant stood up slowly, and then he grinned as he gazed at the martyrs who were standing respectfully around him. These three outsiders think they're smart. Do they really think the blood of the Heaven Tao is in the ruins of Luotian Palace? Ha ha! How foolish! Yao Xiong and the others had been under the surveillance of the martyrs since the moment they entered the canyon. Moreover, the martyrs were under the Defiant's control, so the Defiant was naturally aware of Yao Xiong and the others' whereabouts. It was even to the extent that Zhuowen had been under the Defiant's surveillance after he entered the phaseless formation. It was at that time that the Defiant noticed the heavenly domain's starry essence in Zhuowen's possession, and he guessed that Zhuowen definitely had quite a bit of it. Therefore, the Defiant had set up an illusion to make Zhuowen obediently hand over the heavenly domain's starry essence. As long as Zhuowen was willing to hand over half of the heavenly domain's starry essence, the Defiant would be able to force Zhuowen to hand over the other half. Unfortunately, the Defiant had been shut out during the Battle of Illusions, and an accident had occurred. In the end, Zhuowen had turned the tables on him. At that time, the Defiant knew that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit had arrived as well, so he had played along and deliberately made Yao Xiong and the King Spirit fight. The Defiant's original plan had been to let Yao Xiong and the King Spirit know that Zhuowen had entered the ruins of Luotian Palace, but an accident had occurred. Yao Xiong had more treasures than he had expected, and Yao Xiong knew a lot about the ruins of Luotian Palace. Therefore, the Defiant had stumbled once again. Although the Defiant had stumbled twice, he had achieved his goal, which was to lure all the intruders into the ruins of Luotian Palace. blood of the heavenly Tao? Do you really think that such a divine item is something that mortals like you can touch? The defiant sneered and walked to the stone statue in the center. He tapped the statue's foot a few times, and a secret door opened automatically at the statue's right foot. The Tao Defiant took a step into the secret door, and he was just about to close it when a strand of strange cold energy suddenly assaulted him. The Defiant's pupils constricted, and his movements instantly became extremely slow in the cold air. Then, the Defiant was shocked to discover that an ice lotus had been thrown at him like a hurricane. It was extremely fast. The cold air on the surface of the ice lotus was bone-chilling as it smashed into the secret door. Instantly, the secret door turned into a world of ice and snow, and the Defiant's body froze. He stood there without moving, and his entire body had turned into an ice sculpture. There were more than 20 martyrs in the open space in front of the stone statue. Their eyes were lifeless, and they were like walking corpses that didn't have their own thoughts. A figure that was completely covered in black mist swiftly passed through the martyrs. He didn't stop at all, nor did he meet their gazes. The martyrs were extremely slow, and they were much less threatening than the Defiant. However, if one met their gazes, then even if one possessed extraordinary strength, one might still be assimilated into a martyr. The black figure clearly knew the characteristics of the martyrs, so he avoided their gazes and instantly flashed into the secret door at the foot of the Luotian Palace's stone statue. The black mist slowly dispersed after the black figure entered the secret door, and a handsome face with a pair of cold eyes was revealed. Although the Defiant's entire body had been frozen by the ice lotus, he was only unable to move. His eyes were still moving about, and he was clearly still conscious. Especially when he saw the cold and indifferent face of the young man that was revealed after the black mist dispersed, the Defiant's expression became extremely unsightly. Didn't you enter the interior of Luotian Palace? The Defiant stuttered. Wasn't the young man before him the black-clothed Zhuowen? After Zhuowen realized that something was wrong with the Defiant, he'd made 2 preparations. At the instant he'd trapped the Defiant with the confinement slaughter formation, he'd transformed the black-clothed Zhuowen into a speck of dust and concealed himself at the entrance to the ruins. Chapter 2093. Blood of the Heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant had a gloomy expression on his face. He shouldn't have been in such a sorry state with his strength. However, Zhuowen had broken through his illusions, and Yao Xiong and the Emperor's spirit had heavily injured him. So, the Tao Defiant's strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, the ice lotus that was imprinted on his chest was truly strange and powerful. Even if the Tao Defiant was ceaselessly using the energy of his blood vessels, he was still completely frozen by the terrifying cold energy of the ice lotus. I never expected that there would be such a hidden door. You really are shrewd. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly, and then he clenched his right hand, causing a clump of flames to burn at the center of his palm. This cluster of flames was a powerful flame that the black-clothed Zhuowen had condensed after surviving 10 fires. Even though it wasn't enough to resist the cold energy of the ice lotus, it was more than enough to protect Zhuowen from being affected by the cold energy. Zhuowen glanced at the martyr who was walking slowly towards him from the open space before him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and then his gaze descended onto the hidden door. The hidden door had restrictions within it, and he had to break through the restrictions in order to activate it. The restrictions on the door weren't complicated, so Zhuowen was able to break through them completely after pondering for a while. He dared to activate the door before the martyr arrived. The door closed, and Zhuowen felt a wave of weightlessness. He knew that the door was moving upwards swiftly. It didn't take long for the feeling of weightlessness to vanish, and then the door stopped moving. After that, it opened once more. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to the Tao Defiant who was sealed in ice, and he just walked out of the door. There was an enormous hall before the hidden door. There were 12 enormous stone pillars within the hall, and every single one of them burned with blue flames. The entire hall was dark blue, and it seemed rather strange. There were 2 enormous holes that were shaped like eyes at the end of the hall, and there was a high platform made of white jade at the center of the 2 holes. The platform was 15 m tall, and there were 4 sharp corners at the top of the platform that supported a golden disc. Zhuowen probed with his divine sense, and found that there was a drop of blue liquid in the middle of the golden disc. However, the moment Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness came into contact with the blue liquid, Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness instantly collapsed. In an instant, Zhuowen's extended divine sense collapsed. Even the divine soul galaxy in Zhuowen's divine soul space collapsed one after another. Zhuowen gulped down a mouthful of heavenly domain starry sky essence to calm himself down. However, what made Zhuowen break out in a cold sweat was that even after he had taken the heavenly domain starry sky essence and restored his soul to its peak, the collapsing power still raged in his spiritual space. In desperation, Zhuowen could only continue to drink the heavenly domain starry sky essence and endure the severe pain caused by the collapse of his soul. This collapse lasted for a full 4 hours before it gradually disappeared. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was powerless and limp on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked in sweat. What the hell is this? How can it be so terrifying? Zhuowen had a lingering fear, and his heartbeat was even more chaotic. The moment his divine sense probed the blue liquid, he discovered that it contained an extremely terrifying energy. This energy was not material, but it contained a kind of law. This kind of law was extremely overbearing. It was even more terrifying than the starry sky law that the black-clothed Zhuowen had encountered during his 20th lightning disaster. Blood of the way of heaven? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. The black-clothed Zhuowen had heard the defiant mention the blood of the way of heaven when he had turned into dust and hidden at the entrance of the Luo God Palace. As for what the blood of the way of heaven was for, Zhuowen had no idea. However, after sensing the terrifying power of the law contained in the blood of the way of heaven, Zhuowen knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. Zhuowen even guessed that Yao Xiong and the King Spirit had come all the way to the Luo God Palace ruins for the blood of the way of heaven. I have already entered the Luo God Palace to look for the sun and moon grass. I will keep the blood of the way of heaven for now. As for its specific use, I will see if I can get some information from Yao Xiong. The black-clothed Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He decided to keep the blood of the way of heaven first. Of course, the power of the law on the blood of the way of heaven was too terrifying. It would not be easy for Zhuowen to take the blood of the way of heaven. After taking a deep breath, the black-clothed Zhuowen slowly walked toward the white jade platform. What a powerful law! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The moment he got close to the white jade platform, Zhuowen realized that the power of the law emitted by the blood of the way of heaven was like thousands of mountains crushing his body. As Zhuowen walked, he used indestructible yellow, and his body was covered in yellow light. Indestructible yellow was something that Zhuowen had obtained from the Taiching Wonderland's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Of course, in other words, it was a top-tier virtual heaven superpower that Taiching had given him. This superpower was divided into 5 levels: acquired, innate, Qianjun, Wanxiang, and indestructible yellow. Zhuowen had already cultivated to the 4th level, Wanxiang. The yellow light around him turned into shadows of divine elephants. There were close to 10,000 of them, and it was impossible to count them all. With Devour's body and the indestructible dark and yellow indestructible art, Zhuowen's body had reached an unprecedented level. Even so, Zhuowen's body was crushed by the power of the blood of the way of heaven. His body made cracking sounds, as if all his bones were dislocated and shattered. Zhuowen's eyes were firm. He was not afraid of the pain of his bones being crushed. He walked forward without hesitation. As Zhuowen got closer to the white jade platform, the pressure became more and more terrifying. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his right foot were broken, and he knelt on the ground, unable to get up. Zhuowen frowned. He immediately took the heavenly star essence, and continued to walk forward. Then, the sound of bones breaking rose and fell. Zhuowen's feet, hands, body, and even his skull couldn't bear the horrible pressure and kept shattering. However, Zhuowen was firm. He didn't give in to the pain. Instead, he took the heavenly star essence and struggled to recover his broken bones. This strange cycle lasted for 3 days. Zhuowen also endured this inhuman pain for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the yellow light around Zhuowen's body suddenly flourished. The divine elephant phantoms around him let out a long cry and actually merged into the yellow light. The yellow light became more vigorous and dense. Eventually, the entire hall was filled with yellow light. Even the light of the blue fire pillars on the stone pillars of the hall was covered by the yellow light. All the bones in Zhuowen's body recovered, and he stood up once again. At this moment, the terrifying pressure exerted on his body could no longer affect him in the slightest. Under the pressure of the rule power of the heavenly blood, my indestructible yellow finally broke through from the 4th level of all creation realm to the 5th level of indestructible yellow. Zhuowen's eyes were full of excitement. He didn't expect that he would be able to cultivate the indestructible yellow to the peak completion realm under such circumstances. It was really beyond his expectation. Letting out a long laugh, Zhuowen leaped up and easily arrived at the foot of the high platform. He raised his head slightly and looked at the gilded disc supported by the high platform. He grinned and said, "The blood of heavenly Tao is truly terrifying, but it still can't escape from my palm." With that, Zhuowen opened his hand, grabbed the gilded disc, and slowly took it down. At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand was collapsing. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had disappeared. Zhuowen didn't panic. He swallowed the heavenly star essence and used his good left hand to hold the gilded disc. He had expected that the heavenly blood would be so horrible. If the heavenly blood could put him in such a difficult situation, it would be strange if he touched the heavenly blood with his hand. I wonder if Devour's inner world can hold the heavenly blood? Zhuowen was hesitant. Normally, Devour's inner world was the toughest object that Zhuowen had ever seen, and it could hold everything in the world. However, the heavenly blood wasn't ordinary. He was worried that Devour's inner world would collapse because of it. Anyway, except for Devour's inner world, Zhuowen didn't have a good place to store the heavenly blood. However, since this white jade platform could hold the heavenly blood for such a long time without being damaged, it wasn't simple at all. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the white jade platform. Putting the gilded disc aside, Zhuowen touched the white jade platform with his right hand. He found that the surface of the white jade platform was as smooth as mutton fat, and there was nothing special about it. "Let's try it first." Zhuowen's right hand turned into a knife, cutting the white jade platform in half. Then, he cut off a piece of white jade that was several feet long and wide. His right hand turned into a claw, grabbing the front of the white jade to make it as big as the gilded disc. Carefully putting the gilded disc into the white jade, Zhuowen used another piece of white jade to make a sealed lid, completely sealing the gilded disc inside. To Zhuowen's surprise, after the white jade lid was sealed, the intimidating pressure from the heavenly blood disappeared. "This white jade is really useful." Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. He had inspected the white jade many times and found that it was just an ordinary piece of jade. However, this ordinary piece of jade was actually able to seal the heavenly Tao blood. Chapter 2094. The whereabouts of the Sun Moon Grassruin walked over to the secret door and stared at the Tao Defiant who was frozen by the ice lotus. He said indifferently, "Tell me about the blood of the heaven Tao." The Tao Defiant laughed with ridicule. "Are you joking? What's in it for me? Could it be that you'll let me go?" As he spoke, the Tao Defiant's eyes suddenly turned extremely white, and he stared coldly at Zhuowen. In an instant, the space and the surroundings warped, while the entire world seemed to have been shattered into pieces. But in next to no time, the warped energy was blasted into pieces by an even more domineering and terrifying divine sense. The Tao Defiance expression changed drastically, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen and cried out in a sharp voice, How could your divine sense be so formidable?" Zhuowen's gaze was cold as he said, "You still intend to use illusions against me? I can tell you clearly that since I've destroyed your illusions once, they're unable to affect me at all." After the baptism of the phaseless formation, Zhuowen's soul had become extremely terrifying, and there were over 1,000 soul galaxies within his soul space. It could be said that Zhuowen's soul space was equivalent to a small-scale heaven domain, even though it was still quite far away from a true heaven domain. However, Zhuowen believed that so long as the number of soul galaxies within his soul space increased incessantly, then his soul space would really be able to expand to the point of being comparable to a heaven domain. If that day really came, then Zhuowen's soul would probably be so strong that it could rival a supreme expert who ascended the 9th step of the Void Realm. Of course, all of this was just Zhuowen's guess, and it was still unknown whether his soul space could transform into a heaven domain. At this moment, the Tao Defiant had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He really had intended to use illusions to deceive Zhuowen. So long as he deceived Zhuowen for an instant, then he would be able to control Zhuowen and take the ice lotus from him. Unfortunately, the Tao Defiant's illusions were completely useless against Zhuowen. "Speak. If you tell me the truth about the effects of the heavenly Tao blood, I might spare your life. Of course, you can choose not to tell me. When I leave the Luotian Palace ruins, I'm sure I'll be able to find out more about the blood of the heavenly Tao," Zhuowen said calmly. The Tao Defiant's expression changed drastically. His gaze flickered while he revealed hesitation. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can tell you about the blood of the heaven Tao, but you have to swear on your life that you'll absolutely not harm me." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Sure." The Tao Defiant heaved a sigh of relief, while Zhuowen noticed a wisp of a sly smile on the corners of the Tao Defiant's mouth. However, he didn't really mind it and just waited for the Tao Defiant to continue. The Tao Defiance spoke tirelessly about the effects of the blood of the heaven Tao. After listening, Zhuowen fell into silence. As it turned out, the heavenly Tao blood was a trace of the heavenly Tao law that Luotian had condensed when she ascended the 9 steps of the void sky. The Tao Defiance and Tao Martyrs were formed because of the blood of the heaven Tao. Powerful starry sky laws existed in the vast and boundless starry sky. The starry sky laws were invisible and immaterial. They were everywhere and scattered in every corner of the starry sky. It was said that besides the starry sky laws, there was another type of law that was above the starry sky laws, and this law was called the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was even more illusory and indescribable. Void sky cultivators could sense the starry sky laws, and the stronger their cultivation, the clearer they could sense the starry sky laws. However, the heavenly Tao was ethereal and immaterial. Even those who ascended the 8 steps of the void sky couldn't comprehend the so-called starry sky laws. For example, the starry sky laws existed in the starry sky where the heaven domain was located. However, the heavenly Tao was the law of the enormous universe that was formed by the 8 heaven domains and the starry sky outside the realm. It was of a much higher level than the starry sky laws. The blood of the heavenly Tao was a trace of the heavenly Tao's law. It was unknown how Luotian had obtained it. With the blood of the heavenly Tao, void sky cultivators could comprehend the heavenly Tao law within the blood of the heavenly Tao. If they could comprehend this trace of heavenly Tao law and integrate it into their body, void sky 8 steps cultivators could easily comprehend life and death and step onto the 9th step of the void sky bridge. Zhuowen's eyes flashed, but his heart was pounding. He knew very well that once the blood of the heavenly Tao was leaked, Many old monsters who usually didn't come out would come out of seclusion and crazily snatch the blood of the heavenly Tao. It seems that Yao Xiong and Di Ling's goal is the blood of the heavenly Tao. If they don't find the blood of the heavenly Tao, they will definitely suspect me. If the news that I have the blood of the heavenly Tao spreads, I will become the enemy of the entire world. I can't let this happen. Zhuowen calmed down and thought of the scene when the heavenly domain starry sky essence was exposed. His heart turned cold. Although the heavenly domain starry sky essence was precious, compared to the blood of the heavenly Tao, it was like heaven and earth. At that time, the heavenly domain starry sky essence had caused Zhuowen to be pursued by countless forces in the star field. If others knew that he had the blood of the heavenly Tao, the forces of the entire great Brahma domain wouldn't let him go. When he thought of the danger of the blood of the heavenly Tao being leaked, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He knew that Yao Xiong and Di Ling had to die here just in case. Otherwise, it would be dangerous in the end. The Tao Defiant looked at Zhuowen's changing expression and was slightly worried. His life and death were closely related to the blood of the heavenly Tao. If the blood of the heavenly Tao disappeared, then he, the Tao Defiant, and those martyrs would return to dust and cease to exist. The blood of the heavenly Tao is the lifeline of you and those martyrs, right? If a strand of the blood of the heavenly Tao is used, then you will die, right? Is that why you made me swear not to harm you? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The Tao Defiant's heart shook, and he said in a low voice, "The blood of the heavenly Tao is my lifeline. Could it be that I have to sacrifice myself? Survival is the instinct of every living being. You have the right, and so do I. Is there anything wrong with what I did?" Perhaps he felt that his tone was too unyielding, so the Tao Defiant slowed down and said, "Actually, the blood of the heavenly Tao doesn't have to be absorbed. The blood of the heavenly Tao is a trace of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 8th step of the void heaven realm might be crushed to death by the laws of the heavenly Tao if he absorbs it by force. Moreover, if your comprehension ability is high enough, then you just have to rely on the blood of the heavenly Tao to assist you. Along with the passage of time, you might be able to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao on your own and comprehend life and death. After all, there's a huge difference between absorbing the blood of the heavenly Tao and comprehending life and death on their own. Supposedly, Lord Brahma absorbed the blood of the heavenly Tao to attain the 9th step of the void heaven realm, and he was the weakest amongst the lords of the 8 great heaven realms. The Tao Defiant revealed a trace of disdain and contempt when he spoke about Lord Brahma. Obviously, the Tao Defiant looked down upon Lord Brahma, who'd become the lord of the great heaven realm. Zhuowen gazed at the Tao Defiant with slight surprise. No matter how weak Lord Brahma was, he was still an expert at the 9th step of the void heaven realm, and even if he'd advanced by absorbing the blood of the heavenly Tao, he was still extremely formidable. Yet this mere Tao Defiant actually looked down upon Lord Brahma, and it aroused Zhuowen's curiosity. The Tao Defiant noticed Zhuowen's curiosity as well, and he said indifferently, "If you promise me that you won't absorb the blood of the heavenly Tao, then I can tell you the entire truth of what happened all those years ago. Moreover, I'll even tell you about the other use of the blood of the heavenly Tao." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Even though he was rather curious about the enmity between Luotian and Lord Brahma, it wasn't to the extent of making him give up his desire for the blood of the heavenly Tao. However, the other use of the blood of the heavenly Tao that the Tao Defiant spoke of had completely aroused Zhuowen's interest. After giving it some thought, Zhuowen said, "I can agree, but I have conditions." The Tao Defiant frowned. "Tell me about them." Zhuowen spoke indifferently. "My condition is to help me seal up the ruins of Luotian Palace and kill that Emperor Spirit and Yao Xiong that entered the ruins." The Tao Defiant thought for a moment and laughed coldly. "Looks like you're afraid that the rumors of the blood of the heavenly Tao will spread. It's an extraordinary treasure, and you'll become the enemy of the entire world once others find out about it." Zhuowen spoke coldly. You talk a lot of nonsense. Do you agree or not? The Tao Defiant nodded and said, Of course. Those two fellows schemed against me as well, so I would get even with them even if you didn't tell me. However, they aren't simple figures, so I have the right to retreat if anything goes wrong. Alright. Do you know where the sun-moon herb is? Zhuowen took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. He hadn't come to the waning moon ruins for the blood of the heavenly Tao. In fact, he'd only found out about the blood of the heavenly Tao after a long time. His main objective was the yin-yang herb. The Tao Defiant glanced indifferently at Zhuowen, and he wasn't surprised at all. He said, There's only a single sun-moon herb in Luotian Palace, and it was taken a few tens of thousands of years ago. Myrtle Star Monarch? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he thought of Myrtle Star Monarch. Yunqiu had said that Myrtle Star Monarch had entered the waning moon ruins tens of thousands of years ago and taken a sun-moon herb. Since the map he'd obtained was of the Luotian Palace ruins, it meant that the only sun-moon herb had probably been taken by Myrtle Star Monarch. Yunqiu had said that Myrtle Star Monarch had used up the sun-moon herb, so when he met Myrtle Star Monarch in the Tower of Hanner, he didn't ask him about the sun-moon herb. Is there really no other sun-moon herb in the waning moon ruins? Zhuowen asked through gritted teeth. Chapter 2095. Luotian Zhuowen looked excited. As long as there was a clue about the sun and moon grass, he would go in regardless of whether it was dangerous or not. After all, it was the key to whether Mu Qinxue could wake up. Of course, before he left Luotian Palace, he had to completely eliminate the two uncertain factors, Yao Xiong and Di Ling. Now, you should tell me about what happened back then and the other use of the blood of the Wei, right? Zhuowen asked the Tao Defiant. The Tao Defiant nodded, and then he spoke in a low voice. Let me tell you why Lord Luotian perished all those years ago. I presume you've heard about the incident that occurred in Luotian Palace a few million years ago, right? I know. Luotian Palace was destroyed because of Great Brahma, and Lord Luotian died because of him. Zhuowen nodded. Great Brahma used the blood of the Wei to reach the 9 steps void sky, while Lord Luotian comprehended the way of heaven and understood life and death. In terms of strength, Lord Luotian was stronger than Great Brahma. Back then, when Lord Luotian challenged many experts in the star field, it attracted the attention of Great Brahma. Especially after Lord Luotian advanced to the void sky 9th step, Great Brahma summoned Lord Luotian. Although I don't know what Great Brahma said to Lord Luotian, I'm sure it was nothing good. After returning from Great Brahma Palace, Lord Luotian had been in seclusion. Since Lord Luotian was the second expert in the Great Brahma domain to reach the 9 steps void sky, Luotian Palace developed very quickly. It surpassed the 10 great sects in the star domain and approached Great Brahma Palace. However, Lord Luotian was always in seclusion and rarely cared about Luotian Palace's affairs. She also didn't agree to the suggestion of Luotian Palace's higher-ups to enter the star domain and expand their influence. Speaking of this, the Tao Defiant sighed and said, At that time, my status in Luotian Palace wasn't high. I was just lucky to become the gatekeeper of Lord Luotian's seclusion and do some errands. Lord Luotian was very good. Although she had unparalleled power, she never put on airs. She treated all the disciples of Luotian Palace equally. Lord Luotian Palace was no exception. However, what happened later completely destroyed Luotian Palace. The Tao Defiant's eyes were spitting fire as he said hoarsely, Lord Luotian finally came out of seclusion, but for some reason she was blind. Later on, I learned that Great Brahma was summoning Lord Luotian to the Great Brahma Palace to impart a secret technique to Lord Luotian. It is said that this secret technique can consolidate the void sky 9 step. Of Luotian's was, of, and that bastard, Lord Brahma, came to Luotian Palace at this time and suppressed Lord Luotian. In the end, the two of them fought. It was a terrifying battle. The entire far west was transformed into ruins. Galaxies were obliterated. In the end, the far west was reduced to its current state. It's covered in a terrifying magnetic field. No matter how powerful a cultivator's soul is, it's still possible for them to get lost in the far west. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the dignified Lord of Brahma region, Lord Brahma, would actually plot to harm Luotian. Wasn't that a little too despicable? Zhuowen asked in a low voice, is Luotian dead? Since Luotian had relied on herself to attain the 9 steps of void heaven, then she definitely had her own unique abilities. Zhuowen felt that such an expert probably wouldn't perish so easily. The Tao Defiant spoke in a slightly sorrowful tone, Lord Luotian is dead. Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked again, are you sure? The Tao Defiant nodded and fell silent. It seemed like he was truly immersed in sorrow and was unable to extricate himself. Now, tell me about the uses of the blood of the heaven Tao. Zhuowen spoke in a low voice. Even though Zhuowen still had doubts about Luotian's fate, since the Tao Defiant was so certain, then it was useless even if he doubted it. He could only make guesses according to what the Tao Defiant said. The Tao Defiant sized up Zhuowen and said seriously, you have the ancient sword Saint King's King Sword, right? Zhuowen was stunned, and then he thought of the broken sword he'd obtained from the ancient sword tomb. Could it be that the King's Sword the Tao Defiant spoke of is that broken sword? When he thought up to this point, Zhuowen withdrew the broken sword. At that moment, the broken sword had been restored to its original state. Although its surface was still covered in rust, it looked much better than before. Zhuowen had obtained the other half of the broken sword from a martyr. At that time, he'd wondered why the other half of the King's Sword would be with a martyr in the Luotian Palace ruins. Now that the Tao Defiant had mentioned it, Zhuowen had some guesses. The Tao Defiant glanced deeply at the King's Sword and spoke solemnly, it really is the ancient sword Saint King's King Sword. Looks like you're extraordinary since you were able to obtain the King's Sword. Zhuowen spoke coldly, what does the blood of the heaven Tao have to do with the King's Sword? The Tao Defiant didn't panic at all and continued, do you know the relationship between the ancient sword Saint King and Lord Luotian? Zhuowen shook his head and waited for the Tao Defiant to continue. The Tao Defiant smiled faintly. The ancient sword Saint King was the strongest person in the far west before Lord Luotian. He was a peerless figure who had ascended 8 times. Unfortunately, his lifespan was limited and he died of old age in the end. Not long after the ancient sword Saint King died of old age, Lord Luotian rose to prominence, and Lord Luotian was actually the ancient sword Saint King's only bloodline. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, so that's how it is. No wonder I was able to find the other half of the King's Sword in Luotian Palace. So it turns out that Luotian and the ancient sword Saint King have such a close relationship. The Tao Defiant said, the blood of the heaven Tao contains Lord Luotian's aura. So long as you utilize this aura, you'll be able to subdue the King's Sword. At that time, you'll be able to easily comprehend a formidable secret technique like the 1,000-sword rain. Zhuowen laughed coldly. I've obtained the 1,000-sword rain a long time ago. So long as I'm given a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before I fully comprehend it. The Tao Defiant ridiculed him instead. You'll die once you've fully comprehended the rain of 1,000 swords. The 1,000-sword rain contains the ancient sword Saint King's will. If he notices that it isn't his descendant that cultivates the 1,000-sword rain, then the ancient sword Saint King's will annihilate that cultivator. Zhuowen shuddered. If the Tao Defiant was telling the truth, then he really was in danger. Although Zhuowen's soul was much more powerful than other cultivators of the void sky, the ancient sword Saint King was an existence that had reached the peak of the void sky. Zhuowen knew very well just how powerful the will of an existence like that was. If his soul was directly struck by the will of such an existence, it was very likely that his soul would collapse. It would be extremely dangerous. The King's Sword is a sword that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life. Do you think he'll be so kind as to allow an outsider to obtain such an important sword? The Tao Defiant continued. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that once the King's Sword acknowledges you as a descendant of the ancient sword Saint King, you'll possess all the ancient swords that the ancient sword Saint King forged his entire life. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was rather tempted by the Tao Defiant's words, but he was unable to confirm how much of the Tao Defiant was telling the truth. How do I use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao? Zhuowen continued with his questions. He knew that what the Tao Defiant had said earlier was completely unnecessary. How to use the presence within the blood of the heavenly Tao was the crux of the matter. I can help you extract the presence of the blood of the heavenly Tao. Since I evolved into a Tao Defiant because of the blood of the heavenly Tao, the pressure from the laws of the blood of the heavenly Tao doesn't affect me too much. I can come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. That's your only way, said the Tao Defiant. Zhuowen fell silent. It was impossible for him to feel at ease letting the Tao Defiant come into contact with the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant continued, I know you're worried about me, but I can swear that if you're still worried after that, then just pretend I didn't say anything. In any case, I've said everything I needed to say. The decision is in your hands. Zhuowen remained silent. He waved his sleeve, causing flames to blaze as he removed the ice lotus from the Tao Defiant. At the same time, he opened the white jade box that contained the blood of the heavenly Tao and revealed the dark blue blood within it. Zhuowen placed the ice lotus by the side of the box, and then terrifying cold energy instantly froze the box. However, the blood of the heavenly Tao was too terrifying, so it wasn't affected by the cold energy of the ice lotus at all. Zhuowen spoke indifferently, now, you can try to extract the aura of the Luo god from the blood of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Defiant took a deep and long glance at Zhuowen. Needless to say, Zhuowen's method was really good. The terrifying cold energy of the ice lotus had frozen the box on the ground, so the Tao Defiant wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had any ill intentions. The Tao Defiant slowly walked over to the blood of the heavenly Tao. The terrifying pressure of the laws emanated by the blood of the heavenly Tao really was completely useless against him. Zhuowen stared fixedly at the Tao Defiant as he was on guard against the Tao Defiant's actions. However, the Tao Defiant was extremely obedient and didn't do anything inappropriate. He just formed seals with his hands and really did start to extract the aura of the blood of the heavenly Tao. After around 4 hours of time passed, the Tao Defiant took a few steps back. There was a ball of dark blue energy at the center of his palm, and it seemed to be rather strange. This is Lord Luo God's aura. You just have to fuse it into your body, and then you'll possess Lord Luo God's aura. At that time, you'll be able to completely control the Imperial Sword and possess the qualifications to control the countless ancient swords of the ancient sword Saint King. The Tao Defiant passed the ball of energy to Zhuowen. Chapter 2096. Design U. Why? The Tao Defiant glared angrily at Zhuowen when he sensed his entire body turn icy cold and stiff, and he couldn't help but shout in a sharp voice. Zhuowen spoke indifferently, because I don't trust you. The Tao Defiant was furious. Zhua, I helped you out of the kindness of my heart, yet you actually doubt me. Are you even human? Zhuowen just laughed coldly and remained silent. He just stared silently at the Tao Defiant, and his gaze grew colder and colder. It caused chills to run down the Tao Defiant's spine while he broke out in cold sweat. The Tao Defiant fell silent, and then he said coldly, If you don't want to put yourself in danger, then there's another way, and that's to mix your aura with Lord Luotian's aura. After that, you don't have to absorb the aura into your body, and you just have to let it coil around your body and disguise yourself. However, there are quite a few flaws in this method. I wonder if King's Sword will be able to see through it. Zhuowen glanced coldly at the Tao Defiant. He knew that the Tao Defiant hadn't told him about this method on purpose. He guessed that absorbing the aura into his body would probably cause quite a bit of side effect. Otherwise, the Tao Defiant wouldn't want him, Zhuowen, to use such a method. Zhuowen paid no further attention to the Tao Defiant, and his gaze descended onto the ball of dark blue energy in his hand instead. After that, a ball of white energy gradually rose up from his empty right hand. It was the aura that Zhuowen had extracted from himself. After that, Zhuowen crossed his hands together, and then the white and blue balls of energy started to revolve towards each other. They gradually sped up and fused into one in the end. As their auras mixed together, Zhuowen noticed that his aura had started to assimilate with Luotian's aura, and then their auras were ceaselessly neutralized. When the aura reached a balance, Zhuowen combined this new aura into a ball of gauze, covering the surface of his body. After that, he touched King's sword with his right hand. Although the King's sword was forcibly suppressed by Zhuowen, the sword spirit of the King's sword was proud and arrogant. It did not put Zhuowen in its eyes and was unruly. It was simply wishful thinking for Zhuowen to want the King's sword to recognize him as its master. However, things were different now. Zhuowen's aura was mixed with Luotian's aura, which made the sword spirit of the King's sword feel a trace of familiarity. It could feel that this was the aura of its master's bloodline back then. Buzz buzz buzz. Wang Jian let out a mournful sword cry, then flew over and floated in front of Zhuowen. Then, it continued to revolve around Zhuowen, as if it was whispering its difficulties. Zhuowen reached out and gently stroked Wang Jian. The latter did not refuse, which made Zhuowen happy. Before this, he had also wanted to touch this King's sword, but every time, his arm was almost cut off. Later on, he lost interest and gave up. Seeing that the King's sword was no longer resisting him, Zhuowen became bolder and began to try to refine the King's sword. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's intentions, the King's sword struggled a little. However, after sensing Luotian's aura, the King's sword hesitated and did not resist. Zhuowen was overjoyed. He quickly increased his strength and completely refined the King's sword. Zhuowen sat in the hall for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. The rusty King's sword turned into a stream of light and circled around Zhuowen's body. It looked extremely intimate and obedient. Zhuowen looked at the King's sword in front of him with joy. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered to himself, "Finally, the King's sword has been completely refined." Moreover, the sword manipulation technique, Thousand Sword Rain, was also completely comprehended the moment the King's sword was successfully refined. This is incredible. Putting away the King's sword, Zhuowen was very excited. The moment he refined the King's sword, he could clearly sense the ancient sword tomb, which was far away from the Luotian palace ruins. There were more than 9,000 ancient swords stuck in the ancient sword tomb. In fact, if Zhuowen wanted to, he could mobilize the over 9,000 ancient swords. However, the Luotian palace ruins were completely sealed. Even if he could move those 9,000 ancient swords, it would be useless. Putting away the ice lotus, Zhuowen looked at the Defiant and said, "Now, help me kill Yao Xiong and the King Spirit. Otherwise, if I die, the Sky Path blood will be taken by those two. When that happens, I cannot guarantee that they will let you go." The Defiant moved his limbs and said, "Don't worry. There are some things that I know better than you. This is why I want to cooperate with you. But you have to be careful of Yao Xiong. He is a guy who hides very well." Zhuowen nodded, and then he left with the Tao Defiant. He had the blood of the Heaven Tao in his possession, so the Tao Defiants and Martyrs could only be led by the nose by him. He wasn't afraid of them acting against him unless the Tao Defiants intended to take him down with them. In the ruins of the Luotian palace, most of the walls were broken, as well as some remnant arrays. Suddenly, at the end of a corridor, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Then 2 tall figures appeared. "Brother Yao, we seem to have lost him." The King's spirit narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Yao Xiong shook his head and pretended to smile mysteriously. That Zhuo Wen is very cunning. We actually didn't lose him. As he spoke, Yao Xiong took out a palm-sized jar and smashed it. Suddenly, a terrifying, dense dark green mist gushed out from the jar. The dark green mist spread extremely quickly. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with dark green mist. The mist was very strange. Wherever it passed, it would corrode and corrode. The smell was very unpleasant. It was so bad that it made people want to vomit. Brother D, take this pill. This is the antidote for the poison. If you don't take it first, I'm afraid you will be poisoned. Yao Xiong took out a green pill and gave it to the king spirit. The king spirit took the pill and looked hesitant. In the end, he swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the pill, the king spirit's discomfort disappeared. He knew it was the antidote that had helped him. The poison is so strong. I don't believe Zhuowen can last long, the king spirit said coldly. Yao Xiong and the king spirit had been in the Luotian Palace ruins for 5 or 6 days. They had been searching for a long time, but they had not found any clues about the Sky Path blood. They had not even found any other treasures. The two of them had suspected that Zhuo Wen, who had arrived first, had obtained the items in the ruins. Therefore, they had desperately searched for Zhuo Wen in the ruins. 4 to 6 hours ago, the two of them had encountered Zhuo Wen in this passageway. However, Zhuo Wen was swift, and he'd already fled towards the depths of the passageway at an extremely swift speed before the two of them could approach. What made the two of them gnash their teeth even more was that Zhuo Wen seemed to be very familiar with the ruins. In the twists and turns of the passageway, he instantly disappeared. In order to expose Zhuo Wen, Yao Xiong decided to use an extreme method, which was to release the poison mist. The poison mist was terrible. Once a cultivator was poisoned by it, they would not die immediately. Instead, they would be paralyzed and unable to move. As time passed, the poison would become stronger and stronger. Eventually, it would reach deep into the cultivator's body and corrode the illusory bridge. Furthermore, the poison mist was very diffuse. Although the passageway was deep, with the characteristics of the poison mist, it could cover the entire passageway and its depths for tens of thousands of meters. Yao Xiong guessed that this passageway was at most 10,000 meters long. At that time, Zhuo Wen would be helpless against the poisonous fog. He could only sit and wait for death, waiting for the two of them to find him. Following the poison mist, the two of them went deep into the Luotian Palace ruins. The corridor extended in all directions. A few hundred meters ahead, there were more than 10 branches. Let's split up and search, the king spirit suddenly suggested. Yao Xiong thought for a moment and nodded. He did not reject the king spirit's suggestion. The two of them each chose 2 corridors and quickly disappeared into the corridors. After the two of them entered their respective corridors, 2 figures walked out from behind them. One of them was a young man in a black robe surrounded by demonic mist. The other person was very strange. His flesh was transparent, and dense blood vessels could be seen deep in his body. The two of them split up. Which one do you want to deal with first? The defiant looked at the black-robed Zhuo Wen and asked in a low voice. Let's kill the king spirit first. This guy is very lucky. The corridor he chose is the one my main body entered. Zhuo Wen grinned, then led the Tao Defiance into the passageway that the king spirits had entered. On the other hand, the Tao Defiance led over 10 martyrs to follow closely behind Zhuo Wen. Even though the martyrs were slow, their combat strengths were extremely formidable. Especially when they were under the control of the Tao Defiance, their strengths had become even more terrifying. I hope my luck is better than Yao Xiong's. If I meet Zhuo Wen earlier, I can get the heavenly blood and leave the Luo God Palace ruins as soon as possible. The king's spirit flew quickly in the corridor. Thinking of Yao Xiong's various miraculous methods, the king's spirit was extremely afraid. Although the king spirit's cultivation was higher than Yao Xiong's, he knew that Yao Xiong had many more trump cards. Once he stood up, the king spirit was not confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. In the king spirit's heart, Yao Xiong was too mysterious. We've reached the end already? The king spirit suddenly stopped and looked at the wall in front of him. He frowned. However, when he saw a figure lying on the cliff in front of him, his frown completely relaxed, and he even laughed out loud. Ha ha! It seems that the heavens are helping me. I randomly chose a corridor, and I met Zhuowen. The figure lying on the ground was Zhuowen's main body, dressed in white. Chapter 2097. Real or fake? The king spirit was overjoyed as he stared at Zhuowen, who was lying on the ground. Haha, it's really effortless to obtain it. The king spirit suppressed his joy and walked over to Zhuowen. However, the king spirit did not let his guard down. As he walked over, he scanned Zhuowen to make sure Zhuowen was not poisoned. After confirming that it was Zhuowen, the king spirit clawed at Zhuowen's body. Pang! The king spirit grabbed Zhuowen's body and heard a muffled noise. The king spirit was surprised to find that Zhuowen was no longer in his hand, but a pile of rubble. Is this an illusion? The king spirit knew this was not good, so he quickly retreated. But before he could get far, a muffled noise came from behind him, followed by a powerful force acting on his back. With a grunt, the king spirit came to a stop. It was then that he realized there was an invisible ripple around him. Trap and kill array. Zhuowen, did you trick me? The king spirit's eyes were cold, and he roared. Suddenly, a black fog erupted from his body. Countless bolts of black lightning emerged from the black fog, and the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. An incomparably handsome black horse rushed out from the black fog. The horse's hooves carried rolling black thunder. Its aura was like a rainbow, and its momentum was vast and mighty. The king spirit jumped on the black horse, and black lightning surrounded his body. It turned into a black armor, and in his right hand, black lightning emerged to form a 3-meter-long halberd. The black horse roared at the sky. Its hooves were like the wind. In an instant, it disappeared from its original spot like a bolt of lightning. Soon after, the surrounding formless ripples formed a death trap array that was completely destroyed. The moment the trap and kill array was destroyed, the king spirit saw Zhuowen coming towards him. Zhuowen held the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword in his right hand, while the 48 no-beginning demonic golden swords circled around him. You want to die? The king spirit laughed coldly and swung his halberd. The black horse under his feet followed the king spirit's lead and dashed forward. The black horse's momentum and the king spirit's arm strength made the halberd's attack look magnificent. The space around it shattered, and the wind was like a tsunami. Slash! The heavenly halberd shattered the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, and the 48 golden sword of no beginning shattered. The heavenly halberd then pierced into Zhuowen's chest. Blood gushed out, forming a blood pillar. The king spirit's right hand spun the halberd, and Zhuowen's body exploded into a cloud of blood. Inside the cloud of blood, the king spirit's right hand grabbed the ring. Trash is trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. The king spirit's eyes were full of pride, and he did not care about Zhuowen's body. Instead, he focused on the ring in his hand. This was because there was a high possibility that the blood of the way of the heavens was in the spiritual ring. After calming himself down, the king spirit started to refine the spirit ring and erased all traces of Zhuowen from it. Opening the spirit ring, the king spirit's divine sense entered the spirit ring, and his breathing quickened. Inside the ring, he found many treasures that made him excited. There were level 9 divine pills, godly medicines, and dozens of barrels of heavenly star essence. Every single item in here was enough to cause countless old monsters in the Qin-Yun realm to fight over them. This little bastard got a lot of treasures in the Luo God Palace. I'm going to be rich this time. The king spirit's eyes were red with excitement, and his attention was drawn to a corner of the ring. There was a very inconspicuous gilded disc, and inside the gilded disc was a pool of blue liquid. The reason the king's spirit noticed the gilded disc in the corner was because of the blue liquid it was emitting. The aura was like a mountain collapsing, and the king's spirit could not breathe. Facing the blue liquid in the gilded disc, it was as if he was facing a god that he could only look up to. He could only worship it and not profane it. This is sky path blood. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes shone. The king's spirit took out the golden disc from his spirit ring. Even though the blood of Sky's power was terrifying, the king's spirit didn't care. He took out the golden disc and looked at the blood of Sky in front of him. Sky path blood. When I reach the 8th step of the Void Sky Bridge, I will be able to use the Sky path blood to break through the shackles and reach the 9th step of the Void Sky Bridge. The king's spirit held the golden disc and laughed, but he did not notice the blue bloodlines on the surface of the golden disc. They were attached to the king's spirit's hands. The blue bloodlines were very fast, and they spread through the king's spirit's body. The king's spirit felt something was wrong, and when he saw the blue bloodlines on his hands, he quickly threw the golden disc away. But what made the king's spirit's heart go cold was that the golden disc seemed to have taken root in his hands, and he could not get rid of it. The king's spirit also noticed that as the blue bloodlines spread through his body, a chill ran through his body, and his movements became slow and stiff. At that moment, the king's spirit realized that he had been tricked. Whoosh! While the king's spirit's body was stiff, a wind-breaking sound was heard. It was very fast, and it was aimed at the king's spirit's vitals. The king's spirit's hair stood on end, and his body moved to the side. A purple sword pierced his left rib, and blood splattered everywhere. The king's spirit used all of his god powers to seize Zhuo, who was wielding a purple sword. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he shouted, "How is that possible? Why aren't you dead?" Zhuo raised his sword and looked down at the king's spirit. He laughed coldly and said, "Look at your hands. Do you really have sky blood on them?" The king's spirit looked down and saw that Han Sen was no longer holding the gilded disc. Instead, there was an ice lotus in his hand. The ice lotus was incredibly cold, and it was eating away at the king's spirit's body. It was slowing down its movements. The lower half of the king's spirit's body had become an ice sculpture. As the cold air continued to rise, the upper half of the king's spirit's body began to freeze. What is this? Why is it so cold? The king's spirit's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He tried to use his god powers to break the ice, but it was useless. His feet were rooted to the ground, and he could not move an inch. Tisk, there's no need to struggle. I've personally experienced how frightening this ice lotus is. Even though you're strong, you'll only be able to struggle free from this ice lotus," said an eerie voice. The king's spirit turned around and saw a transparent defiant walking toward them. His face was full of mockery and ferocity. "Defiant, I didn't expect you to break free from Yao Xiong's bindings," the king's spirit said. The defiant shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong's bindings? That was just a show for you to see. If Yao Xiong really wanted to tie me up, I really wouldn't have been able to break free." "What do you mean?" The king's spirit had a bad feeling about this. "Don't waste your time talking to him. Brother Yao is going to get the sky blood. Then, he'll free you and allow you to leave Luo God Palace. And I'll get half of Luo God Palace's resources. What's the point of talking to this evil king's spirit?" Zhuo, who was holding the purple sword, looked impatient. The purple sword sliced through the air and flew towards the emperor's spirit's forehead. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. A pitch-black horse appeared in front of the king's spirit. Then, the black horse let out a cry and exploded. Black lightning came out of the black horse's body and entered the king's spirit's body. In an instant, the king's spirit was filled with black lightning. The ice around him broke, and he regained his freedom of movement. Pang! The king's spirit kicked Zhuo in the chest. Zhuo grunted and slammed into the wall. "Do you think this cheap trick will work?" The king's spirit grunted and continued to move towards Zhuo. Although his hands were still bound by the ice lotus, His power had increased. The ice lotus cold air did not affect him much. "Brother Yao, do something!" Zhuowen's face was filled with terror as he involuntarily shouted. The king's spirit's body trembled, and his eyes became gloomy. He did not believe Yao Xiong would work with Zhuowen and the Defiant. After all, he had worked with Yao Xiong a few times, and he knew what kind of person Yao Xiong was. Pang! Unfortunately, before the king's spirit could even get close to Zhuowen, a frightening wind came from his palm, and it hit the king's spirit's waist. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed and he coughed up blood. He was slammed into the wall. The king's spirit's eyes were cold as he looked at the man who had attacked him. The man was wearing a golden robe, and the king's spirit was very familiar with him. It was Yao Xiong. The king's spirit's eyes were red and he stared at Yao Xiong. He shouted, "Yao Xiong, you have been using me all this time. Do you want to die?" The king's spirit roared and his power exploded. On his chest, a red symbol appeared. Clearly, the king's spirit had used a secret skill that could increase his power for a short time. As for the ice lotuses on his hands, they were also forcibly broken free from him. Pang! The king's spirit stepped forward and the entire wall was crushed. He ran towards Yao Xiong like a cheetah. Yao Xiong looked cold, and he was not afraid of the king's spirit. Chapter 2098. The king's spirit's killing intent. The king's spirit was fast, and it disappeared from where it stood. When the king's spirit left, Yao Xiong, who was wearing a golden robe, sighed in relief. He said, "Luckily, the king's spirit didn't see through my disguise. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble." After Yao Xiong finished speaking, he took off an almost transparent mask on his face with his right hand, revealing a youthful face that was quite pleasing to the eye. The young man was none other than the black-clothed Zhuowen. Zhuowen had planned to kill the king's spirit, but something unexpected had happened. He hadn't expected the king's spirit to be so powerful. If Zhuowen used his trump card to fight the king's spirit, the chances of him winning would be 50-50. There was a good chance they'd both end up injured. He might have even sacrificed one of his clones. Zhuowen had decided to have the black-clothed Zhuowen pretend to be Yao Xiong. He wanted the king's spirit to think that Yao Xiong had been using him. Although the process had been difficult, it had still worked. The king's spirit had been forced to use a secret skill, and the side effects would be great. The king's spirit would hate Yao Xiong. If they met again, they'd fight. Zhuowen walked up to the Defiant and asked, "Where is the king's spirit now?" The Defiant smiled and waved his sleeves. The transparent veins on his chest began to intertwine, forming a red pattern. If one looked closely, they could see that the red pattern was a map of a certain location. This map was the map of the entire interior of the ruins. The king's spirit is here, and Yao Xiong is here. They are almost opposite each other. It will be difficult to meet them. The Defiant pointed at the two red dots on the pattern. "Can we let them meet?" Zhuowen looked at the Defiant. He knew that the man had absolute control over the Luo God Palace ruins. If he hadn't held back and entered the ruins, he would have been killed by the Defiant. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Zhuowen had been careful. He'd taken the blood of the sky, and he'd taken control of the Defiant and Martyr. The Tao Defiant spoke proudly, "Yes. These ruins have always been operating under the control of my illusions. So, even an expert in the Tao of formations would probably be affected and controlled by me upon entering these ruins. Then let the two of them meet. As long as the two of them start fighting each other, I will take action to finish them off," Zhuowen said with a cold look in his eyes. The Defiant nodded and said, "The king's spirit used a secret skill to increase his power. The side effects? He's tired. He won't be able to defeat Yao Xiong." Yao Xiong is only at the 6th step of the Void Sky Realm, but the king's spirit is at the peak of the 7th step. Even if the king's spirit is injured, it won't be easy for Yao Xiong to kill him, right? Zhuowen said with surprise. The Defiant shook his head and said, "You haven't fought Yao Xiong, so you don't know how terrifying he is. Besides, Yao Xiong isn't simple. He's noticed the strangeness of the ruins, and he's trying to break through my illusion. If he really does encounter an injured king spirit, then the king spirit has the highest chance of dying. Zhuowen frowned. He thought for a moment, and then he took out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence and said, "Put these 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence where the king spirit must pass, and then let them meet." The Defiant took a deep look at Zhuowen. When Zhuowen was in the formless formation, the Defiant knew that Zhuowen had an extremely large amount of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence, so he wasn't surprised that Zhuowen had taken out 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. "All right, I'll ask the martyr to take it to where the king spirit must pass." As he spoke, the Defiant passed the jade bottle that contained the 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Essence to one of the martyrs behind him. After that, the martyr walked towards the rock wall at the side with a blank expression, and then his entire body fused into the rock wall like a weak stream of water. It wasn't long before the martyr appeared by the Defiant's side once more. Obviously, he'd placed the Heavenly Domain Starry Essence there. "It's time for a good show." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he leaned against the rock wall and muttered in a low voice. A figure that was in a rather sorry state flashed through a dark passageway, and then he stopped on a rock wall while gasping for breath with a pale countenance. "Yao Xiong, I really never expected that you've been deceiving me all this time. I'll definitely kill you once I've recovered." It was the king's spirit that had fled, and his eyes were filled with resentment at this moment. He'd suffered a great loss at the end of the passageway. First, he'd been hit by the Defiance illusion, then he'd been bound by the terrifying ice lotus, and then he'd been ambushed by Zhuowen. In fact, his injuries were quite serious, and he'd used a secret technique to forcibly break free from the ice lotus. It could be said that his injuries had worsened. If Yao Xiong hadn't appeared, the king's spirit might have tried to kill Zhuowen even at the cost of his injuries. But Yao Xiong had appeared, so he'd retreated at that moment. Although Yao Xiong's cultivation was lower than his, the king's spirit knew that Yao Xiong couldn't be compared to an ordinary Void Sky Lu Deng. Yao Xiong was much stronger than the Void Sky Lu Deng, and he had many trump cards. Even if the king's spirit was at his peak, he wasn't 100% sure that he could kill Yao Xiong. At that time, the king's spirit's injuries were too severe, and if he couldn't kill Yao Xiong in one blow, he would have died there. So, after weighing the pros and cons, the king's spirit finally retreated. Once his injuries were healed, he would settle the previous debt with Yao Xiong. And that little bastard Zhuowen. I didn't expect that bastard to be in cahoots with Yao Xiong. They were just putting on a show right from the start. I almost believed them. My poor Black Lightning fell just like that. Thinking of the black horse that had accompanied him for thousands of years, the king's spirit's heart ached. King Spirit slowly leaned against the wall and placed his right hand on the wall behind him. He frowned. Huh! The king's spirit felt a bump in his right hand. He gently pressed the bump, and the bump sank into the wall. Creak! On his right, a secret door that was several feet wide appeared. Inside the secret door, a sparkling and translucent jade bottle was quietly placed inside. The king's spirit looked at the jade bottle and said to himself, Yao Xiong and I have been searching the ruins for 5 or 6 days, but we didn't find anything. Now that we're alone, I'm surprised I've come across something like this. I don't know what's inside. The king's spirit was a little cautious. He picked up the jade bottle and opened the cork. Then, a surge of medicinal power rushed into the sky. This medicinal power was very strange. At the top of the passage, a huge shadow appeared. Countless galaxies were arranged. It was a spectacular sight. This is Heavenly Star Essence. The king's spirit trembled. He was stunned. Then, he raised his head and laughed. His eyes were full of ecstasy. I didn't expect it to be the Heavenly Star Essence. I really didn't expect it. God is helping me. The king's spirit's eyes were cold. Yao Xiong, you deceived me. I, the king spirit, will not let this go. No wonder when we searched the ruins for treasures, we didn't find anything. It seems that we were tricked by you. The real good things have been taken by Zhuowen. Then, the two of you will share the loot. Even the heavenly blood has been taken by the two of you. Today, I, the king spirit, can get the heavenly star essence. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive me. After saying that, the king spirit snorted and took a drop of heavenly star essence. He felt refreshed and his injuries were instantly healed. The heavenly star essence is worthy of its name. It can really heal injuries in an instant. The king spirit carefully put away the jade bottle. There was still a drop of heavenly star essence in it. He must keep it safe. If his life was hanging by a thread, this thing could be a life-saving straw. Yao Xiong, Zhuowen, don't let me find you here. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. The king spirit's eyes were like frost. Like a flash of lightning in the dark night, he quickly swept forward. His overbearing divine sense swept around unscrupulously. At this moment, the king spirit's cultivation had been restored to its peak. Even if Yao Xiong was not simple, the king spirit was not afraid. And with the drop of heavenly star essence in his possession, he was even more fearless. The king spirit returned to the place where Zhuowen had attacked him, but found that Zhuowen and Yao Xiong were no longer there. Let's leave this passage first. The king spirit whispered in a low voice. There were dozens of passages in front of him. This was where he and Yao Xiong had parted ways. If the king spirit wanted to find Yao Xiong and Zhuowen, he would have to go to other passages. The king spirit even suspected that Yao Xiong had the secret passage in the ruins. Thinking of this, the king spirit suspected that Yao Xiong had been playing with him all this time. The real good things had been taken by Yao Xiong, and the heavenly blood was no exception. When the king spirit came out of the passage and arrived at the intersection, his eyes immediately fell on a man in a golden brocade robe not far in front of him. The man in the golden brocade robe was none other than Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong also noticed the king spirit, and just as he was about to greet him, he saw the king spirit's eyes. He frowned and looked puzzled. Brother D, you just came out. I didn't find anything in the passage before. What did you find? Although Yao Xiong was surprised by the king spirit's strange behavior, he still asked politely. Chapter 2099. Secondary Heaven Breaking Divine Artifact. Yao Xiong frowned as he realized something was wrong with the king spirit. It was as if the king spirit was condemning him. Just as Yao Xiong was about to ask what was going on, the king spirit's murderous intent became even more terrifying. Yao Xiong couldn't help but shudder. Yao Xiong immediately took out a small golden shield from his spirit ring. The surface of the small golden shield was like a tortoise's shell. It was covered with crisscrossing lines. If one looked closely, they could see that the lines formed a giant tiger's head. A tiger's roar was heard as the surface of the small shield exploded with golden light. It then turned into a lifelike image of a giant tiger's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tiger head phantom formed by the golden light on the surface of the small golden shield collapsed. Yao Xiong felt a terrifying force coming from the small golden shield, and he couldn't help but retreat with the small golden shield in his right hand. At that moment, Yao Xiong realized that the large halberd was attacking the small golden shield like a venomous snake. Brother D, what is the meaning of this? Are you crazy? Yao Xiong's eyes fell on the king spirit, who was holding the end of the halberd, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The king spirit smiled coldly and said, Yao Xiong, are you going to play dumb with me again? You just ambushed me, but now you're acting like nothing happened. You're quite good at acting. Unfortunately, I won't fall for your trick again. After that, the king spirit took a deep breath. The halberd turned into countless halberd shadows, and like rain, they bombarded the small golden shield in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows were like a storm, and each of them was strong enough to tear apart the starry sky and shatter the stars. Ordinary cultivators of the void sky 6 steps would have a hard time dealing with them. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the heavenly halberd had collided with the small golden shield thousands of times. Every time, a golden light would explode, as if it was a golden rain. It was extremely eye-catching. Yao Xiong was furious. The king's spirit didn't hold back at all, and every attack was aimed at killing him. This puzzled Yao Xiong, and at the same time, made him want to kill him. Brother D, if you are so heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. I don't think I have mistreated you, and yet you want to kill me? Very well, I will show you that I am not to be trifled with, Yao Xiong said, and the small golden shield's golden light became 10 times brighter. It then became a golden shield a few dozen feet in front of Yao Xiong. The halberd shadows of the heavenly halberd were terrifying enough. They landed on the surface of the golden shield one after another. However, the golden shield remained unmoved like a mountain. The king's spirit's eyes flashed with anger. He slapped the halberd with his right hand and stomped the ground with his right foot. The ground beneath the king's spirit's feet was unable to withstand the power of the king's spirit, and it cracked open like an abyss. Bang! 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 The halberd landed on the golden shield like lightning, and the halberd's black light began to explode. In an instant, the entire hallway was dyed black, as if it had been plunged into darkness. Then, the hallway collapsed. In the deep darkness, there were countless halberd shadows. They were like fish in the sea. They flew and gathered on the golden shield. Catcha! There was a crisp cracking sound, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield. Bang! Soon after, the golden shield was completely shattered. A blazing blade light slashed out the moment the golden shield was shattered. It was like a crescent moon that soared into the sky. The king's spirit's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and the halberd slashed across the sky. It drew a horizontal line in the air, and hit the crescent moon blade light. The horrible collision transmitted to the hallway, and finally, it was completely destroyed. The king's spirit jumped up and through the hole in the hallway. He looked down at the ruins of the Luo God Palace with cold eyes. Not long after, another figure broke out of the ground. It was Yao Xiong, dressed in golden brocade robes. Yao Xiong held a golden blade. The blade's surface was covered with strange runes. The golden light was dazzling, as if there was a sun embedded in the blade. It constantly emitted a dazzling golden light. Your blade is a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact? The king's spirit's eyes fell on the golden blade in Yao Xiong's hand. He could feel that the blade in Yao Xiong's hand was much more terrifying than an ordinary void sky divine artifact. The halberd in the king's spirit's hand was a top-grade void sky divine artifact, but compared to Yao Xiong's golden blade, it paled in comparison. Therefore, the king's spirit guessed that Yao Xiong's golden blade was a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Divine artifacts were divided into Empyrean divine artifacts, True Divine Artifacts, Void Sky Divine Artifacts, and the Legendary Sky-Breaking Divine Artifacts. Of course, there was a difference in quality between each level. The halberd in the king's spirit's hand was a top-grade Void Sky Divine Artifact. It was the highest quality Void Sky Divine Artifact. However, above Void Sky Divine Artifacts was the Sky-Breaking Divine Artifact. It was said that sky-breaking divine artifacts were not man-made. Instead, they were powerful divine artifacts evolved from the heavenly Tao. They were powerful enough to kill any void sky cultivator. Even a void sky ninth-step expert who had transcended life and death would be defeated by a sky-breaking divine artifact. Sky-breaking divine artifacts were legendary divine artifacts. Even the rulers of the 8 heavens had never seen one. However, there was another divine artifact between Void Sky Divine Artifacts and Sky-Breaking Divine Artifact. It was the secondary Sky-Breaking Divine Artifact that the King's Spirit had mentioned. Secondary Sky-Breaking Divine Artifacts were superior to Void Sky Divine Artifacts. However, their power was far inferior to Sky-Breaking Divine Artifacts. The formation of a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact was not fixed. Could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that evolved from a supreme-grade void heaven artifact, or it could be a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact that was formed naturally. Therefore, there were many different reasons for the formation of secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Yao Xiong's gaze turned cold. The reason he was not afraid of the King's spirit despite his void sky sixth-step cultivation was because of the golden saber in his hand. Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber by accident in a dangerous place. It was not man-made but formed naturally. After obtaining the golden saber, Yao Xiong had hired many skilled craftsmen to craft it. He had even hired powerful arcana masters to add many powerful restrictions to the golden saber. Strictly speaking, the golden saber was not a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. When Yao Xiong had obtained the golden saber, it had not completely evolved. Its power was still much stronger than a top-grade void sky divine artifact. After Yao Xiong had refined the golden saber, it had become even more powerful. It was not far from becoming a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. Although the golden saber had not completely evolved into a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact, its power was not something the King's spirit's halberd could compare to. To put it bluntly, Yao Xiong's golden saber was enough to close the gap between him and the King's spirit. Brother D. This Yao has never done anything to let you down. Why did you try to kill this Yao when you met me? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Yao Xiong was furious, but he forced himself to calm down. He asked the King's spirit, "What do you think?" The King's spirit looked at the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand and sneered. "Don't you know what you have done? How dare you try to deny it? How ridiculous! Don't think you are so great just because you have a secondary sky-breaking divine artifact. I am not afraid of you." After saying that, the King's spirit kicked the ground with his right foot and charged towards Yao Xiong. The King's spirit was not afraid. He still had a drop of heavenly domain star essence, which meant that he could afford to be injured again. With his cultivation level, if he used the secret technique again, he was confident that he could defeat Yao Xiong. This time, the King's spirit did not only want revenge, but he also wanted Yao Xiong's treasures. Especially the golden saber in Yao Xiong's hand, and the heavenly path blood. Yao Xiong didn't understand, but he could see the greed in the King's spirit's eyes, and it made him feel cold. "It seems like you want my golden saber? Since that's the case, don't blame this Yao for what happens next," Yao Xiong shouted as he stepped out into the void. He swung the golden saber in his hand, and golden light burst out in all directions. It actually manifested the shadows of golden suns. At this moment, Yao Xiong was surrounded by countless golden suns. He was like an invincible god in golden armor. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided again. The terrifying saber and halberd collided, creating a deafening sound. The two of them fought fiercely. The sky changed color and the earth cracked. Both of them had terrifying battle prowess of the void sky realm. The power of each of their moves was enough to kill an ordinary void sky cultivator. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The ruins of the Luo God Palace were destroyed beyond recognition. On the other hand, the Luo God statue was completely undamaged from the battle between the two of them. There was a powerful seal around the Luo God statue that blocked the shockwaves from the battle between the two of them. The two of them fought for an entire day and night. Suddenly, a figure flew out in a rather sorry state and smashed heavily onto the ground. The figure was the King's spirit with the heavenly halberd. The King's spirit's face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to climb out of the ground. Yao Xiong, who was in the sky, retreated a few hundred feet. He held his chest with his right hand and panted. Although he was injured, he was much better than the King's spirit. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.